I did not think this was gonna fucking work, but apparently it does. Oh, well, maybe I should start recording on this too. Good evening, motherfuckers and fucking mothers. This is a very special edition of the Laughter at Humanity show. I am your host, the Goddamn Bacon. Thank you very much for tuning in to this particular broadcast. We already have somebody who's fucking alive. Okay. We'll see if we can add to the stream. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try it. All right, I think I added you.
What's up, motherfuckers?
God damn it. All right.
Was that Echo
Same
you
fucking problem. I'm glad you did this. I'm glad you showed up.
Is that Echo you or me, though?
Hang on. Well, okay, here's what I found out. It's that I have the headset and it works fine. But when somebody joins, for whatever reason it defaults to the fucking the device. Don't ask me why. Alright, so I have to try something else. I guess we probably won't be recording this then. Oh, hang on, let's do that. Let's see what that does. Hey, do me a favor, say something.
Alright, fine.
No, okay, fuck, that didn't work either. Shit.
Maybe I'll play my guitar, we can have a delay effect. A natural delay effect that I can get without having to use a pedal.
Why the fuck does it do that? You know what? I'm going to get a different... Yeah, I can't wait to get... I'm going to get 400 different fucking devices. This is going to happen before I finally get this shit fucking correct. Always have options. Always fucking have options.
Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, you do that. I'm gonna go ahead and study for my ham radio test.
I am glad I know this is fucking happening. Alright. Hang on a second. Let's go to settings. Oh, hang on. Guest viewer comments, play sound, guest enters, guest will authenticate. No, that's not what I need. General. Fuck. Well, talk about flying by the seat of your fucking pants. Shit. I don't know how to actually get this to play on my phone. This was the problem I had with Nick August's live stream, is that the headset, you could hear me, but it wouldn't play through the fucking screen. Now it plays everything else, just not this. It's the weirdest fucking thing ever. Alright. Let's try audio. No, that's not going to do it. Okay. All right, give me a second. I'm going to have to step out for a minute, and we're going to have to use the backup device here. This is, again, why we have options.
All right.
Actually, well, here's what we'll do. Hang on. Just give me a second.
I'm gonna guess the one person watching is me. Take it up with Bacon, Atham. Athem's. Hey, Bacon. I don't know if you can hear this. Athem's trying to get in. You should let him in, or give me admin privileges so I can do it. What's up, Atham? Now I can't hear anything. Wait. Here we go.
No. Go.
Oh, we could hear you for a second there.
That's what I fucking told you to select, you goddamn cocksucker.
Now you sound like CB radio.
You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. Go ahead and break out your fucking CB radio. I don't give a shit.
Maybe you should just do the show on the CB radio so you can sound like what. So it makes sense that you'd sound like that.
Oh, we add him to the stream. There he is.
There we are.
What's up?
What's going on?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Not much. Bacon's having his technical issues. I'm studying for my ham radio, and you're working. So business as usual for a Sunday night.
Indeed.
I don't know if this is recording you guys. It's recording me. This particular device that I have, it actually it can pair two devices, so it does a threesome basically. Or I guess in this case it'd be a devil's triangle. But it records
probably
me.
The latter.
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna put it here because I think some of that's still coming out of the fucking speaker.
Well, the best part is that even if it's not recording you, you could just rip the audio from this recording on YouTube later.
Yeah, I think that's what I did from the other show. Who's the other damn guest? How many people are fucking awake? Bull Rush is here. Hang on.
Less sane
Jesus
people.
Christ.
There we go. What's up, Bull?
Speaking of insane people.
Well, at least they're enjoyably insane.
What was that?
I'm just happy this is fucking working.
Of course. Yeah. People awake at this hour are not sane, but at least they could be enjoyably insane.
There we go. Well, okay. Well, that test worked out, so good. All right. I can actually simulcast on. I can talk to you guys on this at least, and have something else going on, I guess. And then I can also record at the same time. That's good to know. I'll have to figure some shit out going forward. But there you go. Since this is an actual, this is a Laughter Humanity show, I'm going to bring up, what is it, my last show, I think? Fuck, I'll have to fucking start over from scratch. Hang on. I'll bring up the sponsors, of which we'll, since Bull Rush is here, what is it, etsy.com/shop/Lazarus Freezers. Who's operating their fucking chest freezer in the background?
Sounds like Nick.
Nah, Nick doesn't prep for anything. He doesn't have a chest freezer.
I have a chest freezer here.
Do you?
No, it must be Bull Rush.
No. That will make the most sense. But she's not saying anything for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, but I hear that noise.
That's probably Bull Rush.
Could be. He's selecting his frozen meats while he's sharpening razors. All right, cool.
That's as good a time as any.
I think I opened the cigar a little bit too much.
Dumbass.
What happened to my video? Back camera. The hell? There we go. In case anybody, all you people who say, dude, bro, why aren't you on YouTube? You should be on YouTube, right? Well, this is what you're missing on the fucking Instagrams. This is what I usually do. And Nick and Atham have seen it. Probably a Bull Rush as well.
Oh, nice. So you know you could do this.
You know, I picked these two particular pictures.
They're the best pictures of Peanut to Zeke.
Some of them, I actually have better ones of her, but those are the ones that I printed out, you know, before the libraries got closed.
Oh, is that girl that's real muscled up and shit?
Well, I don't know if you heard it, but oh wait, actually, did you hear of Safety Doc's interview with Morgan of Rogue Preparedness?
Yeah, I was there in the chat. So were you.
I heard the first 5 minutes and then I left because I had something to do.
Of course you did, Atham. It's fine. You're a busy man. All good. No, but we had some. She put up a post, and it was a guest post on MREs that somebody else put up, and I had some my own observation as far as the macros goes on those.
Yeah.
Where did Atham go?
I don't know.
So, all right. Anyways, so I had my observations, and it turned into this whole fucking conversation on Twitter, and then I decided, you know what? I'm gonna read. What was it? Michael Hawk's Special Forces Survival Guide. And it talked a lot about, you know, because here's the thing about MREs, and it even says that in the post, it was like 13% protein. What's the problem with that, Nick?
What was that?
What's the problem with a diet that's 13% protein?
That's not enough protein.
No. That's the
No
first
matter
thing
what-
I fucking noticed. So,
No matter what like body type you are or whatever, that is not enough protein.
no. So that's what I talked. And we ended up talking online a few times. And then I thought, you know what? I'll do a test in the field, of which you joined, I believe. All right, is Atham back? Hang on. There we go. Add him back in.
Hey, you want to hear a explanation to what you're talking about?
Boris, is that you?
Yeah. MREs are not meant to
Go
have
for it.
all the protein. MREs are meant to be loaded with carbs because whenever you're out in the field,
That's something I noticed.
when you're out in the field, you need fast energy, and carbohydrates are fast energy. They're not meant to be used long term. That's why they don't have as much protein in them as they do carbohydrates. Ask me how I know.
You know, that's a fair point, and I'm glad you joined to point that out, because that's something I pointed out. And just from my personal background, this is what I had to say about that. Yeah, you're 100% right. Carbs are fast energy. That's something. And by the way, I have, you know, carbs and plant shit stored away here. I have fast energy ready to go, including, I think, a mason jar full of sugar.
Yeah, that's why they're not real high on the protein. And also just the nature of how they make an MRE, meats don't do very well as other like carbohydrate packed stuff as far as holding it for a while.
Because meat rots.
Yeah, it
Unless
does.
it's at a cold temperature.
Yeah, even if you freeze dry it and stuff, it doesn't work. It's a lot easier as far as the calorie counts go. You're going to have more calories in carbohydrate type foods than you like pasta and stuff like that and rice than you will with meats, because you have to put a lot more.
It depends on how you store the meat.
You still need,
because
for calories.
You still have to keep it at cold temperatures.
Yeah, that, and also like a pound of beef is going to have less less calories in it than a pound of pasta. Okay, that's why. If you wanted to match the calorie count on a pound of pasta, you probably have to put like 3 or 4 pounds of meat into the damn MRE, and that's not gonna that wouldn't fly.
It depends on how you store it. Calorically wise and nutrient wise, meat is going to outclass any goddamn plant-based protein or anything else out there. Whether it's pasta, which is a good one, that's one that I have. Whether it's beans, that's also another good one. I also have those, both in just regular beans or in chili form.
Oh, you're comparing,
comparing
protein types. Yeah, I mean, but the MRE is focused around carbohydrates and fats, because that's what the body needs, like up front, and it's faster to break down.
It depends. Now, the point that I made on that particular show is that you can do nutrition one of two ways. What Bull Rush is talking about, and what a lot of people usually talk about, Drew Bay has talked about this, Arnold Schwarzenegger has, my own instructor does the same thing, probably both of them actually, is that you get your protein, and that's what you need. That's literally your building blocks for your body. So kind of fucking important, if you ask me. That's why that was the first thing I fucking noticed. The second is your choice of energy. Now, as Bull Rush said, you can do carbs, and it works. I gave the anecdote to my instructor. He's also an amateur bodybuilder who walks around with like an actual fucking six-pack. Like, unlike a lot of people who maybe they work out for a couple of months in order to get 2 days worth of pictures with the six-pack. No, he actually walks around with an everyday fucking six-pack. But I remember when he was training for competitions, and what he was eating, and he was eating like 6 or 7 times a fucking day. It was cut up cubes of steak, and it was brown rice that was boiled.
Yeah.
That's what he used to fuel himself. Again, I'm not saying that doesn't work. It certainly fucking does. That's what he does. And trust me, he is fucking shredded. All I'm saying is there's a better way to do it. And I think using fat as a fuel is a better way to do it. It's at least more sustainable. For starters, guess how many fucking meals I eat a fucking day? Now, again, I'm not competing in anything, so maybe that's maybe I'm speaking a little bit off term here. But if you guessed one fucking meal a day, if I even fucking remember, you win a prize. Usually some sort of fat, some lean ones as well, and then I'll get my energy source from like dairy or something, or eggs, whatever the fuck it is. 2, you ever hear of crashes at like 2, 3 in the afternoon if you work a 9-to-5 job? Anybody ever hear of that? I certainly fucking have, but let me know what you guys think.
A crash.
Sudden loss of energy.
Oh.
Usually around lunchtime. Like, you'll have the big breakfast, and I brought this up on the other shows. Like, okay, you have the big bowl of Wheaties or Cheerios. Maybe you have some bacon and eggs, or some waffles with Aunt Jemima's. Oh, wait, that's racist. Miss Butterworth's, I guess.
That's
with
sexist.
Butter, too. Oh, that's sexist, too. Shit, well, fuck it. Fine. No fucking surf for you at all, goddammit. Whatever. It's a carb-heavy fucking breakfast, and that's what you need. You need that to get yourself through the day, right? And it come 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe 2:30. Now you're starting to run out of energy. And a lot of people, they equate that, the orange juice is wearing off if you're a kid, or it's the coffee if you're an adult. You ever consider the fact that your body burns up carbs pretty fucking quickly? It doesn't last nearly as long as the energy from fat does. So of course you fucking crashed. Of course you need a fucking lunch. Probably with more fucking carbs. Who knows? What is it, a sandwich? Maybe it's a burrito at your local Mexican restaurant that probably has fucking potatoes in it too. Nothing wrong with potatoes, by the way. Nothing wrong with tortillas either. Don't get me wrong. I love both. I love sandwiches too, actually, by the way. Maybe it's pizza. Maybe it's donuts that the person who was late to the office had to bring in. Who knows? But okay, that's what you need to recharge, and that gets you another 4, maybe 5 hours until, guess what? It's fucking dinner time. What's dinner? Spaghetti, mostly pasta. Nothing wrong with pasta, by the way. Actually, that's probably one of the best ways of taking carbs. That's the second best way I could think of other than maybe rice or something. And the best source of carbs that has protein in it. Especially depending on how much meat you add into the sauce. Okay, you have that, or you have, I don't know, maybe you have more pizza. Maybe you have pork chops with rice and broccoli. By the way, if you want nightmares, Google oxalates and broccoli.
Aren't those the things
Not a
that
funny
eventually... Aren't those the things that combine with other chemicals in your body that'll form kidney stones if you're not careful?
Yep, calcium specifically.
And calcium, you have a shit ton of that in milk. So milk and broccoli, which is something pretty much everyone's mother tells them to eat a lot of.
Winning? No.
I wonder if
By the
that's-
way, this isn't accounting for any snacks in between.
is that. Does
Sorry,
that
Blowers,
pertain
go ahead.
Does that pertain to like frozen, like processed broccoli, or are they talking about like actual, like fresh broccoli, like you get from the store or something like that? Not frozen.
All of it. All of it. Broccoli, kale, I think cauliflower too as well, especially spinach. I actually talked to a follower of mine. He made this post about, he was being healthy. He had like this spinach shake, and so like, dude, have you heard of fucking oxalates? Like, you might want to look this up. And I had to actually find the post that Brian Sanders put up. He had somebody on who literally studied this for about like 10 or 20 fucking years, because she had so many issues, and she did a whole lot of research on her own. He had her on the show talking about that very subject. Like, you might want to fucking look at this. So it doesn't really matter the form. Now, I'm not demonizing vegetables across the board. I got green beans. I got black-eyed peas. Did it just get dark in here? I have all kinds of beans and stuff. I have that stuff, just in case. Mainly because I like them. Yep. That's why I use my, if I make some sort of chili, I'll have I have a can of chili that's a starter. I'll add beef and other things, probably cuts of steak as well. Actually, I have that sitting in the fridge. And I'll add kidney beans too as well. Maybe pinto beans, maybe black-eyed peas, whatever the fuck I feel like adding. A lot of times, like bell peppers and onions too. That's one of the only fresh vegetables that I'll end up getting. But that's what that was about. I was like, okay. I don't know about you guys. I'm pretty sure Boris is probably is at least closer to the same boat I am. I carry extra muscle. Extra muscle requires extra energy, and it does also require extra protein. Now, if you want to maintain that, especially if, I don't know, you're bugging in or something, you're not able to exercise as much, you need even more protein, because you don't want your body to break down the fucking muscle to power itself.
That won't happen.
You don't want that to happen.
Look, in order for your body to start turning and eating its own muscle tissue,
It has to go through everything else first.
it has to go
doesn't it?
through everything else. You're talking about being damn near fucking dead anyway. Like, that's starvation. You'd
You'd be surprised.
There's no.
It's happened to me. That's how I know. I've had to rebuild muscle. That's how I fucking know.
Well, no, the muscle fiber.
Again, it depends on whatever you were eating before. Go ahead.
Because your body doesn't like to keep muscle tissue around because it's a lot to keep up, and your body wants to do the least.
It's
amount of
expensive.
work. Yeah, it's calorically.
Yeah,
expensive.
you're right. By the way, Nick, that's one reason why I wanted you to build up a little bit more muscle. That's why I kind of focus a little bit more on the exercises. Because that's going to be more, again, calorically expensive. In case you were wondering. Yeah, you know, guys like us. You've ever heard that in the bar before? If you want to keep extra, you need to actually replenish your goddamn protein. You need that to repair yourself. Now, it's not completely dire as Bull Rush said, but it's still there nonetheless. And as far as the choice of energy, don't worry. I eat carbs. I'm not 100% against carbs, okay? I had a half a bag of chips last night. I'm probably going to finish it tonight. The fat is a lot better. I used to actually have the same fucking crashes that I was talking about not 10 minutes ago. Now, again, this was back when, you know, I had to wake up at like 6:30, 7 o'clock to go to the job at 8 o'clock. Left at 4, whatever the fuck it was. You guys know the fucking story. I had that problem. I had to eat off the gut truck. By the way, anybody else besides Bull Rush knows what a gut truck is? Actually, I think Atham probably would.
The old roach.
No, no idea.
Wait, you don't know what a gut truck is?
Nope.
Gut truck is your Mexican food truck that'll pull up to any work site or college site or whatever.
Oh,
And they
those
sell-
things, yes. Never mind. Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, that's what they're called. They're called gut trucks.
Okay. I know them as food trucks, but whatever. Okay, fine.
Of course, Atham, you know them as fucking food trucks, so we're talking American here.
I know, right?
Yeah, and I had to take fucking trips to that because, you know, I was eating that way. Once I started doing, like, you know, just more fat adapted shit, by the way, it does take a minute for your body to get fat adapted. Okay. But that's how most humans were throughout most of history. And the only reason we had fucking carbs is because we had a failed hunt. Don't know if you guys knew that or not. Ray John's in the chat, actually.
Oh God.
Y'all say hi to him.
Oh.
He's probably going to ask us some gay questions.
Someone else
Fuck that
do
guy.
it. Someone
Fuck
else.
that guy.
You guys saw the comment
Alright,
he
Atham?
left on that live stream a little while ago, right?
No.
Remember? It's like if all three of you have sex, who's on top or some shit like that. I'm like, I haven't heard a Ray John
Dude,
comment.
that was a
like
while
for-
ago.
It was only like 2 weeks ago, but still. He hasn't.
Oh,
Dude, I
yeah,
haven't
oh,
actually-
okay. No, I remember that from at least a couple of years ago. So he did it again.
Yeah, he hasn't done that in a while. Maybe he's having a relapse.
That's probably because we all came down on him for a minute. It's all good though. No, Ray John, if you're listening, you know you're okay. We get it. That's your form of entertainment, and that's fine. But back on topic, I have not had that problem since I've used pretty much mostly fat as my preferred energy source. Do I eat carbs? Yes, I do. But that's what I'm going to run on. And I've had no goddamn problem with crashes. I've had no problems with like uppers or downs or anything like that. Any other substances notwithstanding. And so, I don't know, just for me, if I'm thinking of a shit hits the fan scenario, if I'm thinking, you know, like, let's say I have my own fucking platoon of troops or something like that, Bull Rush, feel free to jump in whenever you want. Because you actually have actual experience that I don't. But if I had to have troops, you know, like, ready to fucking go, I want them to just kind of have that fucking energy ready to go. Not having to deal, you know, like, okay, we got to stop for a minute, you know, let's go get some fucking lunch. Let's cook up an MRE. By the way, again, I had no problem with the fucking MREs. None at all. That's a good fucking thing to have. If you can have a fucking meal that you can just cook up right then and there, that's a good thing. I don't have any. I probably fucking should, actually, now that I think of it. But definitely a good fucking thing to have. But if I had to pick what my, front line will run on, it will be what will keep their fucking muscles and everything else intact and a sustainable source of energy. And fat outperforms carbs in that. Just my own experience.
Outperforms it at what?
Sorry, you say that again?
Outperforms carbohydrates at what?
As a form of sustained energy. Fat does that. Now, I don't think the military's actually looked into that, and honestly, I don't really fucking blame them. They're doing what works. And I'm not saying that carbs don't work. I'm not saying that. It does. Again, you got bodybuilders, you got strength fucking traders who, they do the lean protein, and, carbs and everything else. They do that. Drew Bay, I think, is one of them. I'm not saying that doesn't work. I'm just saying for my money, I would go the other direction. And I have. I literally put my body through that. I literally put my money where my mouth is as far as that goes. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the results speak for the fucking selves. Now, if you want to keep doing what you're doing, that's fine. I'm not telling you not to do that. I'm just saying there's another way. A way that I think is a little bit better. Am I poo-pooing your way? No, not at all. But I think it's at least worth considering.
You gotta look at the reason why you have MREs in the first place. You can't compare them for daily use because MREs are not meant to be used as a daily or a long-term sustainable source of energy.
Okay.
And the thing about it is the way your body processes different foods and stuff for storage and recovery and stuff like that, carbohydrates are fastest. They absorb faster into the
You are right.
And they're also the first ones that are broken down. After that, your body goes after fats, and then it goes after proteins and stuff like that. So it's got to get through a lot.
Yep, you're 100%.
Carbs and fat first.
You're 100% right. But that's one reason to have carbs on hand. If you need real quick energy. By the way, there are studies that back up exactly what you said. Like people who are like ultra marathon runners or bikers or whatever, they do triathlons and all this other shit. Okay. For people who run off mostly fats, they can get through them just as well as anybody else who runs off of carbs. Even better, actually. But the ones who had carbs on hand, they had that quick burst of energy. So in that respect, you are definitely correct. Again, I'm not saying carbs are the enemy. Definitely a good thing to have. I'm just saying for the average person, just status quo or whatever, that's what I would do. And besides, some carbs taste just fucking good. Again, I had a half a bag of chips. Hang on, I'll fucking grab them. What do we got here? Watch me drop some fucking ash in my goddamn apartment and set it on fire. What are these,
All right,
hard bite hand?
Hang on, I'll pull up the chords to Disco Inferno so I can play it on my guitar while your apartment burns down.
All right, thanks. Thanks a lot. Don't worry, I didn't set anything on fire. Here you go. Hard Bites handcrafted style chips. I got them 50% off there in the discount section at the local Safeway. Smoked and barbecue. Nothing artificial and gluten-free, apparently. And apparently these are made in Kootenays, British Columbia? You see if it got the Cascadia flag on it. You guys can see that. I've had those sitting around for months. I just didn't want them. And then last, I was like, you know what? I want some fucking chips. Yeah, here we go. Here's the fucking chips. You know what? I'm gonna eat these. Fuck it. Why not? I'm on vacation. God damn it. But again, I'm speaking of generalities. Now, another thing about the MREs that I noticed, this is again, I don't know, Bull Rush. I don't know if you've read it, but it was a guest post that Morgan had on her site. It was roguepreparedness.com, and he was the one that talked about like 7 benefits of MREs. And it was like, you know, they're lightweight, they're portable, they heat themselves. By the way, Bull Rush, can you answer a question for me? I don't know if you know this or not. Can you get whatever heats the MREs separately?
Not that I'm aware of. Not on the public consumer market. Like
Okay, all right. Well, that's
yeah.
no, because that was a question I had. I was like, okay, maybe I make my own MREs. You know, I cook it. You know, because I think they're all cooked.
Yeah, well,
Are
we
they
used to
designed specifically to work with MREs though? Because if I remember correctly, because I remember I had to do stuff with MREs in Boy Scouts, it's like this thing that you're like supposed to pour water in that reacts with it, and it's like this thing.
Right.
You put whatever the food is here, and you basically fold in the heat thing here, so it heats in between those two. Something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's fully cooked, and it just heats it up. Basically, is what I remember. Bull Rush, you can correct me if you want.
Based fuel source, but we used to take when we got our MREs, we used to take those motherfuckers out, and we used to just eat the MRE cold because usually we didn't have enough time to heat that shit up. But we used to take the heating packet out of it and use it for hand warmers later because it can get fucking cold. If you're somewhere in a climate,
that's a good call.
They make a really good source for keeping your hands warm.
Huh. All right.
Nice.
You know, that's something I would expect the Marine to fucking do. That is exactly what I would expect the Marine to do. But no, okay, that's a good point. Okay, so you can at least take them out. Yeah, and to your point, you know, the reason you could eat them cold is because they're fully cooked. That's why I was asking, you know, okay, maybe I'll make my own selection of MREs. Maybe it's a carnivore MRE. Maybe it's a keto MRE. It probably wouldn't be that because I don't know if you know about keto. The problem with that, at least if you're a guy, is that it's like the most protein you'll get is about 20%.
Yeah.
Usually it's about 10. That keto shit is mostly for fucking women. Dude. I don't do the keto thing. Okay.
I did keto for like 4 months, and the thing about it is with all that shit, it's just you take keto and carnivore and all that bullshit. All it is fundamentally is you're in a calorie deficit. That's how you lose weight. That's how you're always gonna lose weight. You can dress it up how
it depends on how you do it.
No, it doesn't. If you take in 2,000 calories and you expend 2,500 throughout the course of the day, you're at a 500 calorie deficit, and that's all that shit is.
Well, that's just losing weight. Most people have other goals beyond losing weight.
Oh well, that's a different story. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, well, yeah, but yeah, I get what you're saying. That's just like basic law of physics.
For fat loss and stuff like that. As far as the different diets and stuff go, fat loss diets, it's just calories in, calories out. It's
pretty
simple.
much.
And then, but like keto and stuff, I don't know what, you know. I don't like peeing on sticks, so it's a pain in the ass. I stopped doing it.
What?
Well, I can tell you as far as the carnivore thing goes, I actually did gain weight on that.
On a keto diet.
But that's because, oh, go ahead.
On a keto diet, you have to see if your body's in ketosis. So that means you have to get like all the sugar and stuff, or sugars and carbs, all that shit out of your system. And what happens is your body goes into a state of ketosis where it starts breaking down the fats, the soluble fats and stuff in your body, and start using that as a fuel source. And supposedly it gives you more energy.
Actually,
fat stores.
now that you mention it, now that you mention it, I just thought of. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can imagine for the average American, at least, and probably the average Western citizen, since most of the fat intake up until they get to the point where like they need to do keto, they need to do carnivore, they need to do whatever the fuck it is, or they're gonna fucking die. Like it's like this their come to Jesus moment. If they're burning their own fat for energy, keep in mind whatever type of fat you take in, alongside from carbs and maybe even proteins, you store a little bit of that as fat. Not all that much. But for the vast majority of Americans, particularly, it's polyunsaturated fats. In particular, like the fucking vegetable and seed oils that most people normally eat. Now, I don't know if you know anything about that. I've been talking about that for fucking years now. But that's some of the most unstable shit you could have in your fucking body. That's one of the worst things you could ever fucking have in your body. Okay, I talked about sugar. Maybe cut down on that a bit. But there's sugar in nature. Okay, then we cut down on, your refined wheat. Okay, but you can have some of that. These fucking seed oils, that is literally the fucking devil as far as I'm concerned. Especially the soy variety.
Well, everything you're talking about is the processed food. If you can just cut out processed
You're right,
food,
yes.
you'll be fine. And a good way to do that is whenever
You're right.
When you go shopping at a grocery store,
Perimeter.
just shop the outside perimeter of the store. Don't go in the aisles.
That's exactly what I do. But no, let me make my point. But okay, let's say you figure this out. You're overweight or whatever. You're diabetic. You got Alzheimer's, whatever the fuck the metabolic issue is, and you find out okay, maybe keto helps with that. Maybe carnivore, whatever the fuck it is. But now you're in ketosis and your body's burning the fats. What fats are the body's burning? They're burning the fucking polyunsaturated fats. They're burning the unstable ones. So you might even have even more issues going through that. Now if you stick with it, you'll get through it. You'll get through like all the processed shit that your body actually fucking stored. But that's got to be fucking hell going through that. And I've seen that actually through several fucking chicks that I follow on Instagram. Come to think of it, I've watched them do it. Like, that's got to be hell. And that's something I had not considered, actually, before you brought it up, Bull Rush.
What's that?
Is that, okay, your body switches to burning fats, but which fats are they burning? It's burning the fats that's stored. Which fats are stored? For most people, at least in this fucking society, they're the fucking highly volatile fats. That's one of the dangers of polyunsaturated fats, especially the, what is it? PUFA-6, I think. There's omega-3, that's a polyunsaturated fat. And if you've ever heard of it, you probably heard of olive oil. By the way, bacon grease has a whole lot of that as well. And 50% of bacon grease actually is monounsaturated fat. Just so you know. But your highly processed shit, like the Bull Rush is saying, your cottonseed oils, your canola oils, your safflower oils, whatever it is, corn oil. That's the 6 side of it. PUFA-6. That's the shit that's inflammatory. That's the shit that's going to damage you. That's the shit that's real fucking volatile. And your body will fucking store that. Now, if it has to run on that, that's going to be a real fucking issue too, because it has to run through that before it gets to any of the other ones that you normally have. Your coconut oils, your oils from meats, your oils from olives, actually. That's going to be a real fucking issue. And Ray John, that's all you have to comment, sir. We will get to those.
No, you're not missing too much.
What does he have to say here?
He gained weight during.
The gain weight is.
He gained weight
Oh,
since
you read them.
quarantine.
Go ahead.
Well, he gained weight since quarantine. MREs or Sodexo, don't know what that is. And MMA fighters eat low carbs before a fight, and he does what the MMA fighters do.
All right, well, good for him. I didn't know they eat low carbs before a fight. I know they'll eat steak before a fight. At least boxers do. Bull Rush, since you're on the line, actually, you've been on the front lines there, I'm going to guess, or at least closer than any of us have been, officially. What do they feed you before they send you out on deployments?
Depends on where you're at, man. And how you get there. I mean, usually wherever you're at, if you're at a FOB, they have a cafeteria, so you eat fucking at a cafeteria. You only eat MREs whenever you go out in the field, and you usually don't want to take.
Okay, and
with you don't want to eat a whole lot of fucking
All right.
MREs anyway because they're disgusting, and because they'll give you constipation.
there's that too. I'm glad you brought that up. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, there's that aspect as well. You don't want to have to take a shit during a firefight. So I imagine
Well,
there's something in there that kind of
You won't have to
helps
worry
with
about that because it'll be a couple days till you shit if you eat too many of them.
Too
Right.
many what?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Too many MREs because MREs
Oh,
are dehydrated food.
Oh, yeah.
They're freeze-dried dehydrated food. And whenever you eat, you have to drink a lot of water with them as well. And so basically what happens is that dehydrated food gets wet and it swells up in your stomach. And
It's gonna take a while then. Dude,
Yeah.
I remember. Well, the thing is with MREs, or at least the ones I remember I had to eat when I was in Boy Scouts, a lot of it was like crackers and stuff, and they were salty. It made me really thirsty anyway.
yeah,
So
because dehydrated food.
Right, and that's what I saw in these. They had all kinds of things. Now, Bull Rush's may vary. But, there were dishes like, it was like ham and cheese, That was the main dish, and there was a side dish that was like white rice with butter. And then it would have, a side dish, crackers with cheese. And then the dessert was like a chocolate brownie or something like that.
Bro, the best one
It was meant.
big ass cracker with the peanut butter. That's awesome.
dude, I think I
that
actually
showed
had
up as
one of
well.
those ones in Boy
What?
Scouts.
Oh yeah.
It was that and some kind of pasta. The only reason I remember pasta one is because for some reason my aunt, who was this crazy feminist vegan, had access to a shit ton of these, and she donated some of the pasta ones to my Boy Scout
What?
troop at the time. Dude, I don't know.
Oh, fucking righty then. Okay. That is not something I thought I'd hear on this program, but okay. Vegans with MREs. That sounds real fucking dangerous.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was because the guy she was dating at the time, I think he was a vet or a hardcore prepper. I think he was both, but I know he was at least one of those two. So I know he had a shit
Those
ton
usually
of
go
those.
hand in hand.
And I can understand
All right.
why. But because of that reason,
So he
had a
he
shit
packed
ton of
them. He packed them for her because she was the vegan and shit and all that. I've done that
Yeah.
before. I
and so
understand.
she donated some of the surpluses to my Boy Scout troop, which was kind of cool.
Oh wow. So they have a
Wow.
they have a lot of MREs. And
Dude, yeah.
so the thing is
What is the stock of MREs these days? Actually, now that we're talking about it, we're talking about just the stock of MREs today. Everybody's preparing for the end of the fucking world right now, so I would imagine that MREs is probably one of the things that people may or may not be stocking up on now. What's it like these days? Do you know?
well, like, what do you mean as far as what, like price or what, the menu or something? Because I've got a list.
I guess both.
Okay, so like the MRE's menu list for 2019, it has 24 different meals. So and it's like chili with
Okay.
beef, shredded beef and barbecue sauce. That's nasty. Chicken, egg noodles, vegetables and sauce.
Is it?
Yeah, I've had it. It's gross.
Hmm.
Spaghetti with beef and sauce. Chicken chunks, beef taco. That's actually not too bad. It sounds disgusting, but it's not. Beef strips and savory tomato sauce. See, a lot of this stuff though is disgusting. Like it sounds good, but like the beef strips and tomato sauce, that stuff's gross. Elbow
Well,
mac-
it's not supposed to taste good. It's supposed to give you what you need.
elbow
Well,
macaroni.
no, well, Nick, it's supposed to give you variety, you know? That's the idea behind it. It's like, okay, it's a meal, it's ready to eat, but, you know, you get 100 different meals ready to eat.
But it
Rush,
doesn't
correct me
change
if I'm
the
wrong.
fact. It doesn't change the fact that its primary purpose is to give you what you need in the field.
Yeah, but some of this shit is just disgusting.
Fair.
Like you don't even want to eat it. Like you have to be really, really hungry to eat some of this stuff. Which I mean,
If
Damn,
you, I
it's that
mean,
bad, huh?
I remember I was
like
at the end of Boy Scouts.
oh yeah, yeah.
Dude, I remember, keep in mind, I was like 10, so I was actually a lot skinnier than I am now. I remember there was this one outing called Boffing, where we basically made these swords out of like PVC pipe and duct tape and all that. And then some people made shields as well. And for like a whole weekend, we basically would just fight tournaments with those and have like capture the flags. I remember I was drained after a day of that.
MREs, rather.
Yeah.
So on
And,
this one site here that I'm looking at, 16 pack of MREs with the ration heaters, $150.
It's not bad.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I get all kinds of canned goods for way less than that, even now.
That's just.
But then again, that presumes I could cook it myself.
Well, that's
And
why
that's what
it
the
said it
MREs
comes with the ration heaters.
Kind of the point. Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's just under $10 per meal.
Yeah.
So
And that's a meal that, that's one of those meals that, it's a meal that kind of goes along with the 3 meals a day thing. It's not like a 2 meal a day or 1 meal a day that me and Nico would be following, or probably Atham as well. Maybe even you.
the
Like, you
average,
have to keep eating these.
the average MRE, I think, is about 1,200 calories, a little over 1,200 calories or some shit like that.
Something like that.
It's
All right, so that'd be more than,
It's 1,200 calories and change. I've heard that the older MREs, the ones I didn't get, but the older MREs were packed a lot more with calories, but I can't verify that because they don't have.
you know, it's funny you bring up the calories things. You heard the podcast, or actually all of you guys were there for the Safety Dot podcast where Morgan was on there, and she was talking about a lot of things.
Because it was yesterday, dude.
Oh, well, before you
Well,
say
that kind of helps.
before you say that though, the
Okay.
the MREs, like that's $9.37 per meal. You could take that $149 or $150 for those 16 packages, and like you could buy that much fucking meat and like put it in a dehydrator and have a lot more food than that. You know what I'm saying? Than what they have in those MREs.
That's what I was saying. No,
Yeah.
you're 100% right. I was actually saying that.
There goes
I
Atham.
wasn't saying the dehydrated part. You know, that's different, and you're
Well,
right.
Well, you
Actually, I probably
dehydrate
should
it
invest
last-
in that as well.
You basically make jerky. That's what I'm saying. You're making jerky. So you either
Now we're
preserve
talking
food-
about vacuum meats.
Yeah, well, I mean that's how this shit's made. They freeze dry it and vacuum seal it, and basically what happens is like what you do with meat and stuff. You take meat and you vacuum seal it, or you basically put it in a dehydrator and dehydrate it. I think you got to cook it first too.
Mhm.
Yeah, you cook it. But essentially, what you're doing, you're making.
You gotta cook it first, yes.
Yeah, you gotta cook it first, and then because dehydrator it won't fucking cook it. But you basically make jerky freeze, dry it out and dehydrate it and stuff like that, and that's long-term storage. Same thing with canning vegetables and shit. Because we used to do that when I was growing
Or
up.
canning tuna. That's what my folks like to do. They'll get tuna from somebody who goes out and fishes for it, and then they'll can it in mason jars. And they'll can other things too, but that's kind of
that's
kind of important.
That's basically your alternative for long-term storage of food. You're either canning it or you're dehydrating it to the point that it won't spoil. And the
Right.
dehydrated meats, they're incredibly salty because that's pretty much all that's left over after the process.
A lot of times it is. By the way, that's not a problem. Your body, if you're healthy, if your kidneys are doing okay, Boros, I don't know about you. You can tell me on here. But if your kidneys are healthy, if you have extra sodium, you just piss it out. You're fine. You can eat all the goddamn salt you want. Unless you're eating a whole fucking salt block or something, you're okay. You'd have to really fucking try to poison yourself with sodium. But that goes back to something most people don't think about this shit. Most people, they're worried about getting pallets of fucking 5.56 ammo so they could sit on it, I guess. And they have pallets of 9mm ammo, and that serves as the fucking table they eat their fucking food on. They're not considering anything fucking else.
Well, I mean, I don't
know, you can do this.
I can hunt and kill animals, though. I mean, you can't eat an MRE if you're dead. What's the point? That's why they stock up on rounds. I mean, there's probably a point to it to where there's a law of diminishing returns on that shit. I don't know. But.
Well, it depends on how long you're bunkering in. Now, I don't know. I don't know about you, Bull Rush or Nick or Atham or anybody else, but if I'm bunking in and I have to use pallets of fucking ammo to defend my fucking property, I think I might try to pick a different fucking place to go. Yeah. I don't know about you guys. Maybe I should fucking go somewhere else. If I have to keep shooting out of my goddamn windows every fucking day, just spitballing here. I'm not the foremost expert on that, okay? I never said I was. But if I'm shooting out my windows with like a fucking AR-15 or something every fucking day, maybe I'm in the wrong place and I should go somewhere else.
So if you have a place to go
but let's say, fair enough. But as far as the whole diet that goes, again, I want more sustainable energy. I found that with the diet that I found. Maybe it doesn't agree with what you have. That's fine. But it works for me. I think it actually will work for you too as well. I would encourage you to try it.
What diet is that?
Actually, mine, the one that I came up, the supervillain diet, it's pretty much mostly, the energy is fat, you get a lot of protein, but every once in a while you get some carbs or whatever. Hey, remember pizza?
Yeah,
pizza's on that fucking diet.
What is this pizza you speak of?
That's how I eat most of the time anyway. I mean, I eat meats, animal fats, and I keep my carb count low.
There we go. All right. Pretty much right in line with what the fuck I do. There you go. But hey, pizza's on the menu. If there's a good sandwich on the menu, fucking throw that in there. I'm in. I'm not demonizing carbs or anything. Again, that's on the menu. Fine. You can do it every once in a while. There's no problem with that. It's just what you do on a more consistent basis. And we can talk workouts, but that's a whole different discussion as well. That's also what's going to help keep your muscle mass the same way that it is, or even increase it. But you know, if shit really fucking hits the fan and you have to fucking bug in, that's what you're gonna want to focus on. Don't give away your carbs. Don't do that. Keep them on hand. As Bull Rush said, they can't come in handy.
Yeah, well, if things get that bad, trust me, you're not going to worry about fucking counting carbs and proteins and shit like that. You're going to be fucking hungry, and you'll be happy with whatever you find.
You're exactly right, Bull Rush. You're exactly right. And I've said as much. It's going to come down to what you have on hand.
Or what you can
You
find.
either like it or you don't, but it doesn't even matter if you like it or don't. It's what you got. And so you either take it or you don't. If you don't, well, God fucking help you. If there's a God, that's going to actually fucking help you. But if you have the choice, if you prepared correctly, then you have the energy that most other people will not fucking have. That's one reason I've been putting this out there. That's one reason I've been talking about this. I want you fuckers to have this fucking information before things go crazy. Look, it works better if you have a lot of protein to keep your body intact and a lot of fat to actually keep your body sustained during anything you want to fucking do, as opposed to running on carbs where you have to keep fucking refueling. That's why I keep fucking putting this out there. That's exactly why. I want you, Bull Rush. I want you, Nick Schuler. And I want you, Atham Aldecuwitz. I think he disappeared again. I want you fuckers to have that information. That's why I keep saying this shit. Work on that. Because being completely selfish here, should I need you guys to fucking cover fire for me or something, I don't want you running out of energy. I want you fuckers to be at fucking full fucking power. And that's the best way I could see, as far as I can tell, of being at full fucking power. That's just me being... That's just me being fully fucking selfish, and that's not even taking into consideration.
You're assuming we'll be able to assemble if shit hits the fan. I mean, you might be able to regroup with me because we're both in Washington, but Bull Rush is all the way over in Texas.
Yeah.
Atham's over in Tahoe.
I guarantee you, like, if someone's shooting at me or any of y'all, you're gonna have energy because
adrenaline's
gonna keep you awake.
Well, yeah.
But
well, there's that too, but that eventually runs out.
No, it doesn't, dude. You'd be surprised.
Trust me.
It does. It runs out when you
I'm
perceive
listening.
that you're not in danger anymore. Pretty much.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you guys figure that one out.
Something that people need to probably get back into is learning how to process game animals and stuff like that, and growing food. Especially if you have a period of time that's where you're not going to have, like, you know, refrigeration and electricity and stuff like that, or if it's in like small amounts, you know. A lot of people don't. There's a lot of people that don't know how to. And I've seen this with people that actually hunt and stuff. Like, I know people that hunt, but they don't know how to process animals. Like, they don't know how to, like, skin it.
Well, that's kind of a problem.
Well, yeah, because they've only done the shooting part and the hunting part, but they always took their game meats to a butcher, or to, you know, that, or to send it out to someone to have it processed, which is fine.
They have somebody to field dress it. They never did the field dressing themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can fit. I've never known a hunter not to know how to field dress an animal, but field dressing an animal is a lot. It's not the same as actually processing the whole animal. Field dressing an animal only involves taking out its guts and shit like that you don't need. You basically field dress an animal because you want to lighten the load of having to carry it back to wherever you're staying. You know.
Jeez, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah. That's the main point to that. But actually, the actual full processing of an animal, you know, that takes time.
And by the way, you kind of want the fucking organ meats too. You know, that's what a lot of the animals that hunt other animals, they go for those first. And that's what humans did too. They went after the liver, they went after the heart, they went after the kidneys and all this other shit too.
Well, you don't want the kidneys
because they
have urine in them.
Well, I don't know. Depending.
Mainly what you want.
But they had nutrients that you would not get in the fucking the flesh meats.
Mainly what you want to keep.
Your tenderloins.
You're gonna the main organs you want to keep is maybe the liver, or definitely the liver, if you're into that shit, and the heart. You can keep the heart as well. Lungs are pretty much useless. Kidneys, you don't want to keep those because they have waste. They're a waste filtering organ, so you don't want to do that. You don't want to keep the bladder or anything like that, or the intestines. You can keep Native Americans and shit, and all bunch of different groups of people. You can dry out animal intestines and use it for like a rope. You can braid it, because dried out intestines are actually really tough because they're sinewy.
I remember.
Really, I didn't think of that.
Here's another kind of fun fact: is like the precursor to the guitar, like Baroque guitars. Instead of the stainless steel frets that we have now, they used to be like lamb guts that you would tie on at certain points to make a certain note, and those would be your frets, gut frets.
Yeah, because you can keep animal intestines. They have, they have other utilitarian uses, but you don't want to eat it. Eating is not what you want to do. You want to keep the heart because it's a muscle anyway, and the liver.
Okay.
That's it, and you only want to keep the liver if that animal doesn't have any bloodborne diseases. Because there
also something I had not considered.
Because there are some diseases that you can get from eating wild game meat, especially like the organs and stuff that they might be infected with. And the liver is a waste processing organ for the blood. So if they have some sort of blood, there's some bloodborne bacterial illnesses that can be transferred that way. It's not a lot of them, but it's very rare. Not real rare, but it's pretty uncommon.
But enough.
Yeah, it's enough. But
it's enough for that. It's a concern.
It's enough that it's enough for me personally that I don't eat fucking liver off a wild animal. Like, I'd have to be super hungry in order to do that. Like, real hungry. Like, tree bark looks good, kind of hungry.
Okay.
Bro, because when I was in the military, one time we were out there for like 5 days, and we had like 1.5 MREs to take with us. I'm telling you, dude, like after a while, like bugs look good to eat, man. It sucks.
By the way, the guide that I had to read today, it covered bugs.
Yeah, there's some.
I was like, okay, you can eat the fucking bugs. 90% of the bugs in animals you can eat, but 90% of the plants that are available, they will kill you.
Well, yeah, that's what.
So don't eat the fucking plants.
That's what I was telling you the other night, man. Like, how many people know what like their local flora and stuff like their local plants and stuff and what they can do, because there's a lot of plant, especially if you're like in a region that's got a lot of woods and stuff like that. I'm not talking about like a desert or an arid region. I'm talking about local flora and stuff, your flowers, weeds, and all that good shit. Some of that stuff has actual medicinal purposes that you can use, and some of that shit will kill you if you eat.
That's what we talked about today.
And but
that's what me and Morgan talked about today, and that was the point that she wanted to bring up. It was okay. Maybe you're looking at plants today, and you're doing the kind of steps that Michael Hawk from the Green Berets, he brought that up. And by the way, he had like 16 or 17 fucking steps on how you want to actually check out the plants.
Yeah.
You brush it against your skin. Yeah. You take a tiny bit of it in your mouth, and you see how your body reacts to it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it reacts negatively, then you discard that plant. Even if it was very similar to the plant or the berries or the fruits or whatever that you're actually used to, that you see in the grocery stores, that you've seen on signs, whatever. You do a whole lot of fucking vetting for that. That's what he said. We'll make sure that within about 24 or 48 hours or something like that, make sure you can actually eat it. And again, just to be clear, this is if there's nothing, literally Hitler, nothing else available. There's no plants that you're used to available. There's no animals that you're used to available. And so now you have to rely on this. And so you take a real fucking long time to make sure that whatever the hell you found that looks like it's okay, it could look like what you're used to, what you're used to getting in the grocery store, but it could be something completely fucking different and could be completely fucking toxic. You do all these tests to make sure that it isn't toxic. If it is toxic, then you fucking throw it away, obviously. Yeah. But if it isn't, you do other things to make sure. Put it against your skin. Try tasting a piece of it. It takes a long time as far as what he had to say.
Yeah, it could take a
to
day.
Make sure that it's okay.
And even then, you have to be careful, because even if you eat a small amount, that doesn't mean eating a larger amount won't make you sick.
Or even eating a smaller amount, you might get sick within 2 or 3 days later.
Yeah.
You can eat it and like, okay, it's fine. And 2 days later, like, you're dying from it. And that's the point that she was making. And I'm 100% on board with what she's saying. What Morgan is saying. She's right. But that, again, that's if you have nothing else fucking going for you. You don't have any other canned goods left over. You don't have anything in the fucking freezer that may have been nuked, so it's not freezing anymore. You don't have any other dried goods that you could resurrect with water. All this shit. That's what that guy was for. Is that okay? There's a 24-hour period of whether, we can figure out whether this is good or not. And there's a lot of other steps to that. He had his own steps for that. I think it actually steps to 30 fucking hours.
If you're at that point,
go ahead.
If you're at the point where you're having to taste or test out different plants and stuff to see if you can eat them or not, or if they're poisonous to you, you're in a bad situation, man. Like,
Yes, you are.
You're real bad, and you need to probably also be thinking about going somewhere else or moving to another location to find some actual fucking food.
Something else I would recommend if you can.
You need to start
Again, maybe you can't. Maybe you're stuck here in Cascadia or somewhere, or you're stuck in Kentucky, or you're stuck in Houston, where you are, I think.
Hey, Bacon, check out this meme.
Well,
check out the meme. You have to let my screen share into the chat or into the stream.
how I do that?
Same way you add other people.
Jesus. Well, you're filling up the chat, so.
What? No, the screen.
Hang on. Comments. There's Rajon. There's the brand.
Look in the waiting
There's
room.
you. I don't know how to do that. Sorry.
God.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I'll figure that out as we go, but I'm working with what I got, okay? Sorry.
Dude, that's gonna be like the quote for your tombstone. I'm working with what I got.
I'll still be working with what I got, what, from beyond the grave.
Or no, that'll be your last words. It's like where you try to,
and then I die.
or it's like, yeah, it's like you do something, and then it's like we say, dude, that's a bad idea. It's like, dude, I have to work with what I got. And then that's your last words.
That's what I do, man. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm taking a fucking break. Why am I baking? Why are you taking a break? I don't know. Why? Because of shit like this. I can't believe this is fucking working as well as it is.
Don't jinx it.
Don't worry, it's gonna happen anyways. Don't worry. But what Bull Rush had to say, that's important shit, and he's right.
Yeah, if you're fucking trying to eat plants and stuff,
like-
man, you need to start thinking, if you haven't already, you need to start setting a plan to get the fuck out of wherever you're at, because that's a really bad situation that you're in. And unless you physically are unable to move, then you need to get the fuck out of Dodge. Because if you're eating fucking grass and plants and bugs and shit, that's a bad situation.
Not according to the vegans. They'll be happy to stay in an area like that.
Well, aside from the Vegas, Bull Rush is right.
The dude, yeah, he is right. But I don't know, if the vegans believe you should be eating plants and stuff, let them. It's a problem that solves itself, especially when shit hits the fan.
Well, you let them, but as far
I
as
know.
we fucking go,
I know.
Bull Rush is right. We need the fuck out of there. Now, maybe that entails bugging in wherever the fuck we are. To be honest, if things go fucking crazy, I probably will bug in where I am, because it's pretty fucking secure where I am. Hopefully where Bull Rush is, it's a lot more secure too. So he can bug in.
That would be
Hopefully where you are, go ahead.
Well, I know a lot of people, they have like a bug out bag and shit. I'm like, where are you gonna go though?
That's the point. Where are you going to go? I don't know where I'm going to go. I have a couple ideas, but it's like, where the fuck am I going to go? This is probably the best place I could fucking be in. You're right. So if shit goes crazy, I'm going to stay here. Now I'll probably find other places to go afterwards once things calm down a bit. But this is where I'm going to stay. And my buddy over in Enumclaw, I can go to her place. She has a pretty fucking good compound.
We have, because like I live in a place that got a bunch of, we get hurricanes and stuff from time to time, so most people just stay in and supply, because down here we stay prepared, especially during the summer and stuff like that when it's hurricane season, because you never really know whenever you're gonna get a bad hurricane. We had one with, I think it was Ike a few years ago. Ike just fucking basically stalled out over top of us and just dumped a shitload of water. It wasn't like
I remember that.
It wasn't a wind heavy hurricane, but it was a very rain heavy hurricane, and it basically hit landfall and went in a little bit and just stopped. It didn't stop. It slowed down incredibly slow, and it just dumped a bunch of water on us. And
it just hung out, and
which is probably worse.
They kicked the shit out of you guys, if I remember.
Yeah, because
correctly.
It just, I mean, because there's like people that were still without power in certain areas after 2 months after the hurricane came through, and it was just because electrical workers could not get out to some of the areas to repair the lines because it was inundated with water. They just had to wait till the water dissipated and drained off before they can get out there. So there's people 6-8 weeks past the hurricane that were still without power. It was incredible. Yeah.
How did you guys pass the time, actually, now that you bring it up? How did you pass the time? Go ahead.
I was never in that position, fortunately. So, because I just moved to the place I am now, and we had really good drainage inside our subdivision and stuff in the area. And
you were fine with it.
Yeah, but I know like a mile and a half, or not even a mile and a half, probably like a mile up the road, we had a creek called Spring Creek, and that bitch went over the banks, and I think it went like 18 feet over its banks. And the main highway where I was at was closed off on both sides, because we had Spring Creek to the south of us, and to the north of me we had the East Fork of not the Rio Grande. Anyway, we had an East Fork of a major river here, San Jacinto. Yeah, San Jacinto River. We had the East Fork about a mile and a half north of me, and that thing was way over its banks too. So I was pretty much caught in the middle, and both of those bodies of water had gone way over their banks. I mean, it was like above the tree line.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was a shit. Man, it was a lot.
So you've lived through it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, most people everyone just chilled. There's really nothing you could do. Like, you couldn't go anywhere. You were really locked down. You know, we were really locked down. Like,
you didn't have a choice.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice. Like, we couldn't go anywhere. There was nothing to do because everything was closed. Some grocery stores were open, but the ones that had power and stuff, they were open. But hell,
the ones that had like generators and shit, I would imagine.
Yeah, but the hell, most of those places didn't have any food in them anyway. Shit. But that's why most people down here, well, anyone that lives here any number of years, you know, we stay stocked with stuff year round. You know, like we have extra water and shit like that. And a lot of people have.
You don't fuck around, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we really can. I mean, it's just part of living in this area that you have to deal with. Same with I mean, we have tornadoes and shit too, but hurricanes are much bigger. And
that too.
They affect the area a lot wider area and stuff. But I mean, after you go through a couple of them, you kind of wise up and you stay prepared year round. Like we have lanterns and candles and shit that runs off of propane tanks and stuff. You got a lot of people here that have generators hooked up to their house and shit already, which is probably going to be my next project. I want to get a generator.
I can imagine. So yeah.
I think Nick wants back.
Yeah,
in.
I would. Does he?
Yeah, he dropped.
Hang on. I don't know how he dropped, but there we go. Got him back.
So yeah, I mean that's probably gonna be my next project is to get a generator set up and connected to my house. But a lot of people have that, you know, they'll have one in the garage and stuff like that already integrated in with the house. So as long as
No, and that's something I would recommend everybody that has, you know, they have their own fucking place, even if it's in an apartment or it's their goddamn place that they plan on staying, you know, long term. Have some form of fucking alternative energy. Have something else ready to go, whether it's a generator, whether it's, you know, solar energy, and I would say actually both.
I have a
You want
story.
both.
When Ike went through a few years ago, no one had power or anything like that, obviously. And I went over to my in-laws' house, and they don't live very far away. They're like 10 minutes away. They're in a subdivision about a couple miles from where I live. And went over there, and my mother-in-law she's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with all this food and all this meat and stuff because the stove doesn't work because she thought, you know, no electricity, the stove doesn't work. Well, I told her, I'm like, don't you have a gas stove? She goes, yeah, why? And I went over to the stove and I started it up. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? You don't have an electric stove. You have a gas stove and it works. And she's like, I didn't know that.
Gas is fucking superior, man.
They were in there. They were over there for like, they had no power for like 3 days. And she didn't put two and two together. They could use their stove. I was like, good God. I'm like, you have a gas stove. You don't need. Now the igniter didn't work. I'm like, you're gonna have because the igniter was electric. I'm like, you're just gonna have to manually light the gas, you know, with a little lighter or something.
Well, you have a goddamn lighter for that.
Yeah. And she didn't think it would work. And I'm like, yeah, but I think, but hers was an older stove though, because now a lot of more newer stoves and stuff, even the gas ones, if the lights go out or if a circuit breaks, it's got a safety mechanism in it to where if it does that, you have to hit a reset button on the console of the oven to disengage that safety feature so the gas just doesn't start leaking out and shit. That's not that big a deal. But yeah, she thought her range didn't work. I'm like, you got a gas stove, of course it works.
Yeah, you just fucking light it.
But yeah, we got
even if it doesn't light itself, you just fucking light it.
You got
what
like
the fuck?
Basically, I mean, it's basically a lot like camping out. You know, that's what we did. I mean,
yeah.
Like we have.
That's what a lot of this stuff is. You know, you talk about bug out material, whatever, and that's fine. But it's the same thing that you use for camping, anyways. You go camping, okay. You got your fucking place there. You got your camping spot. You have whatever the fuck that is. But you still gotta fucking light the goddamn whatever the hell you're using to cook things in, anyways.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you're gonna bug out, you better have a place to bug out too. I mean, unless you want to bug out in the woods, and you better know your shit if you're gonna do that. Because that's hard. That's hard.
If you're gonna do that.
Because that's hard living right there if you don't.
Sorry, I had a mouthful of chips. Sorry.
Because if
you're gonna do that, you gotta have your shit together then, anyways. You gotta have your source of energy ready to go. You gotta have your whatever.
Well, no, it's just
You got your source of energy ready to go.
the thing about it is like
Go ahead.
if you bug out to the woods or something like that and plan on like hiding out there, you know, everything you're gonna have to do, you're gonna have to do manually, and you got to have a certain skill set and knowledge base to survive out there long term. I'm not talking about like a few days. I'm talking about like weeks, perhaps even months. And like I said, that's
a
hard.
long fucking time.
That's a long time. It's hard living too, because you're going to be constantly uncomfortable. You're never going to get to a point to where
It is. Yes, you're right.
You're either going to be cold, hungry, tired, wet, or any of those. All of those.
You're gonna be hungry for a fucking long time, and
you're gonna be
how you deal with that depends on you.
Yeah, well, most people can't sustain that because it's just, especially nowadays, unless they've done it before, they're used to it or something like that. But that's a very, like, personally, no, that would be the only way I'd do that is if I had no other choice, you know. Otherwise, I'd stay at my house.
Right. Well, that was what the point that we had on the last show I had on this, where Morgan was on here.
My house would have to be on fire. Like my house would have to be on fire for me to like bug out to the woods like that, you know. But you know, I'm gonna stay here as long as I might as well be paying for it, you know. But
by the way, just what you're saying, it's what exactly what I would be saying. Shit happens, and I'm probably gonna fucking bug in. I'm not going anywhere. I'm probably gonna fucking stay where the fuck that I am. Right? I don't need to go anywhere because I got what I need here. And if shit goes fucking crazy outside, I can defend where the fuck I am. Where I am is fucking fine.
yeah,
Now I can fucking bug out to some other places, but where I am is fine. Again, here you have to kick in the fucking door that opens outwards. Good luck with that. And I have other fucking things to go with that. I'll be fine just staying right the fuck here with whatever the hell I have in fucking store. I have weeks of food, I have weeks of water, and all this other shit. So that goes with what you were saying. It goes with, okay, shit goes crazy, but I could stay here. I'm fine where I am. That's okay.
Well,
maybe I need to go somewhere else.
The point is to limiting.
Go ahead.
The point is to limit your exposure to the outside environment, because that's the X factor. You know, that's the one you really can't control. As long as you're inside your house or whatever structure that you hole up in, you know that area and that territory, and you can, for the most part, control that area. Now, listen, but
that is your place. So.
Yeah, well, it's whenever you go outside those boundaries, you know, like if you have to go to the store, you have to go scout for food or fresh water or something like that. That
you got to resupply.
Yeah, that's whenever shit gets dicey, and that's what you're trying to limit your exposure to having to do, because you can't control that, you know, that environment. You don't know what's out there. You don't know what's
You're right.
You know. So
and hopefully, I don't know. We were talking about like the ham radios and all this shit.
Yeah.
Talking about being able to communicate with people outside of that. Now, hopefully, I'll be able to communicate with, you know, Nick Schulander and Atham and you and all these other people.
Or even just a CB radio would work, you know. If
right.
You can't do the ham radio.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I tried the ham radio first because CB radio. We can't hear you, Nick. You're muted.
Next
Thing
meeting.
is, like, yeah, I know.
Like CB radio is only like a couple miles, isn't it? Or like a
Right. The point is, even with ham radio, unless we all mastered using the HF bands, we would not be able to communicate with each other. The radios aren't going to go that far.
Locally, or regional communication.
Well, it depends. If we use
I
the
know.
high frequency stuff, it'll bounce off the atmosphere, if I remember correctly.
Maybe.
Yeah, we would all have to know how to set that
Yeah,
up.
but also too, like you're
Right, and actually, we should probably figure that shit out now. We should
Right.
probably figure that out now before what is it, like, we're 85, 84 days away from all hell breaking loose? We should probably figure that shit out fucking now.
yeah.
Dude, it's not going to matter. Because if all hell really breaks loose, our priorities are instantly going to be figuring out what happens locally. And I'm pretty sure none of us are traveling to see each other because, like you guys have been talking about, the best option is probably going to be bug in, unless your house or whatever is literally burning down.
True.
Let's face it, realistically,
But it
if all
doesn't
hell
mean that we
breaks
won't
loose,
keep in contact with each other. We still will.
we might have
It's
other
not-
shit. We might have
It's
other
not
shit
gonna be
to
a
do,
priority,
man.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Like, realistically, if shit hits the fan, this is gonna stop. I'll be like, well, it was nice knowing you, Borush and Bacon, but I gotta figure out my own local area.
I'll tell you what we'll do. So at 8
I'm
o'clock
listening.
at 8 o'clock every night, we all find the Big Dipper in the sky, and at 8 o'clock exactly at night, we all look at the Big Dipper and we think of each other. That's what we do.
Oh God!
It depends on which
Big
time.
Dipper allows us
Which
to
8 o'clock is
communicate
it? Is it
telepathically.
yours or ours?
Mine, of
That'd be
course.
6 o'clock for me.
Well, do it then.
It's gonna-
All right.
Oh God!
We'll just all look at the
We're all
moon.
gonna die. That's what you're saying.
It's just like
We're all gonna die.
We're not gonna see each other.
it's just interstate
We're all gonna
communication
be
is
dead
not
to each other, essentially.
interstate communication is just not going to be a fucking priority,
Right? It's like I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on in probably Pullman, Washington, because that's where I'm gonna be when shit goes down. Bacon's gonna have to figure out shit in his neck of the woods, which will probably be closer to ground zero because it's closer to Seattle. And
Right.
Bull Rush is gonna have to figure out shit in his area. So even though I'm assuming we all enjoy talking to each other, we're gonna be like the last thing on each of our respective lists.
I don't think so.
Really?
I'll tell you this. Look, maybe I'm a little optimistic here, but
You're overly optimistic.
I would say naive.
I guess I am. Maybe I am, but I'll put it out there anyways. I would rather more rely on you fucking assholes than most of the people that are around me. Now, the people who are in this building that I'm in now, they're pretty fucking solid. I think they would actually fucking defend what I've got going on here. But as far as dealing with everything else, I think you guys are okay. I think I could rely on you guys a little bit more than the average goddamn person.
The point is moot because
That's
when
just
shit
me.
hits the fan, we're not going to be anywhere near each other. Unless I'm visiting you or you're visiting me or we're all visiting Borush or whatever when it happens, we're just going to
Well,
be in
that's
completely
my
different
point.
parts of the country.
We'll fucking find
So your
each
point
other.
is moot.
We'll find each other. That's my point. We will find each other.
My God, I thought I'm supposed
When
to be
shit
the
gets
naive
fucking
one 'cause
real,
I'm
if
only
we need to get
22.
out of fucking Dodge, we will find each other. That's what I'm saying.
The best option
that won't happen.
to bug in, so that point's moot too. Come on, man.
I'll never let go, Jack. I'll never let go.
Exactly. I'm gonna be Rose in that situation. I'm not gonna be the one that goes into the fucking Atlantic. Jeez, I thought I was supposed to be the naive
Nick is
one.
out apparently. All right.
22.
Me and Boris, okay. Me and Boris and other people, we're okay. All right, fine.
Still sentimental and
Good to
shit.
know.
I really don't want you coming over here because you're gonna fucking eat my. That's just one more mouth I have to fucking feed.
That's a nice way of putting it.
That is, yes, actually.
The less mouth I have to feed, the better off I am. I'm up to 3 right now, so I got 3. I definitely know I have to feed. That I'm obligated to do so.
That assumes that I wouldn't bring my own fucking food back.
There's only so much food you can bring with you, though.
Bro, how much food do you think you can fucking carry? I mean, geez.
Exactly. Bill Rush, you just proved my point.
Because I'm gonna tell you, dude.
All right, basically what you're saying is that we're fucked. That's what you're saying.
No,
All right,
I'm not
fine.
saying we're fucked. It's just saying it's not realistic that we're going to rely on each other for survival or really interact with each other beyond.
I'm not saying that's what we're going to do.
You just did, motherfucker. Dear God, I know you're drunk, but this is fucking embarrassing.
I'm saying we all bring our own fucking skills to bear. That's what I'm saying.
Skills.
You have your own skills. You're the marketing guy, and sure
Which
we'll
is
find a way for that to fucking work in the fucking future. Okay.
That's going to be useless if shit hits the
I have
fan.
my own
That's why I
skills
got
as a
engineering
nutritionist
radio.
that I can fucking bring in along with other fucking things. Bo Rush has his own experiences, you know, being in the Marine Corps and all this other shit. He has his own experiences to bring there. He has his own experiences to bear. We all have that. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you want to say that's gonna fucking fail, okay, fine. But I'm gonna take a wild fucking guess that we can make it fucking work.
We're
Just
not going
me.
to come together to test
Just
that
a thought.
theory.
Now, if you guys want to fucking go and like, okay, it's just gonna fail no matter what. Okay, you guys go ahead and think that. All right, fine. And I can even understand that. But I think the way that all of us think, all the experiences that we have, all the training that we have, all the experiences that we have, we can make it fucking work.
This is what it feels like being the only
Especially better than most of the fucking 95% that's out there any fucking ways. I think we could fucking do that.
The thing is, like,
Just my thought.
if you don't have like an actual tangible skill set, as far as bringing in any kind of resources,
that it's the same as not having skills at all.
you're going to be fucking dead weight, dude. You're going to be useless.
Well, all of us have that. That's what I'm saying.
And the thing about it is,
All of
though,
us have a fucking skill.
It's
Even
more
Nick
than that.
Schuler has a fucking skill. Even I have a fucking skill.
It's
and
more
especially
than
you
that,
there,
dude.
Bull Rush. You have fucking skills. That's
It's
what I'm
not-
saying.
Dude, it's
We all
not
have
just
fucking
whether
skills.
you
We all
have
have something to
skills,
bring to the
it's
fucking
whether
table.
you have enough skills.
yeah, because the thing about it is, it's like, yeah, people have skills, but I mean, and then the thing, because like making it work during that kind of situation does not happen. It's like that's the point. It's like, fuck you, pay me time, right? Like either you're producing something, or you have actual way to gather resources or produce resources.
It's
or
not
something.
just producing. You have to be able to produce enough.
Yeah,
Like, you might be ROI
Right.
positive. in
Well,
terms
no,
of
you're
what
right.
produces, but you'd probably
You're
have
right.
a
And that's what I'm saying. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's what I'm saying. I think all of us have something to produce. I have something to produce. Bull Rush definitely has something to produce. Nick Schulander has plenty to produce. Excuse me. Everyone else we keep in contact with. There's a reason we all keep in contact with each other. Joe Dolio.
it's because we enjoy our
Mashing Geek,
competition.
Vince.
None of us are seriously thinking about assembling and getting together if shit hits the fan. Because realistically, that's not happening.
Yeah,
Dude, it's a nice idea that if
Maybe
shit hit
it's
the
not,
fan,
but
you'd come
just
to
in
my
case
house
it does.
and then we bug out. I know realistically that's not going to happen because you've even pointed out your best option would probably be to bug in. I'd probably do the same thing too. The thing my apartment has going for it is that it's in a town that most people would just run away from if shit hit the fan.
yeah.
Probably you're right, but that does not diminish my man. What I'm saying is that all of us that communicate here, we all have something to produce. That's what I'm saying. Bull Rush has quite a bit to produce. Joe Dolio has quite a bit to produce. I definitely have quite a bit to produce. So do you, Nick Shoelander. You have a lot to produce.
Nick,
If we got together and we actually had to fucking deal with the other 95% of society, if we had to get together, if we had to go to like, I don't know, this is what I floated a while back. We had to all go to fucking Safety Doc's house.
Do you really think Doc is going to allow that to
We
happen?
all have
if
our
it hits
fucking-
the fan?
He
Come
already
on.
said it's okay.
if that happens, Doc,
Now maybe
Doc would shoot y'all and keep me.
Realistically, yeah.
But look, all of us have our own fucking abilities. We have that. We have what most other people don't have. And so I think we're okay. That's why I said Team Let 'em Burn. That's why I think we are. We are Team Let 'em Burn. I'm part of Team Let 'em Burn.
Oh, God.
Nick Shoelander, part of Team Let 'em Burn. Bull Rush, team part of Let 'em Burn. Joe Dolio,
I'm on
part
a
of
team.
Team Let 'em Burn.
I'm on team me, dude. Is
Safety
there
Doc,
like rings?
Team
Is
Let
there
'em
like-
Burn.
Is there like rings or something that we get? Like a, do I get like a secret ring?
Don't give me fucking ideas.
Or is
No.
it-
Don't give me ideas. I will fucking
yeah,
make
you
it
can
he's
happen.
right. Don't give him ideas.
We can
I'm
make
already
people-
on Team Sobriety Sucks because I think I'm the only sober one on this stream, and this is the only time where I thought
Yes,
that
you
actually
are.
sucked. This is fucking stupid.
Because
I'm
still
sorry,
drinking.
man. It's a stupid idea. It's a
Look,
nice
well,
idea.
okay,
but
all
a
right.
lot
Do
of
you
times
want to
when
be
something's a
fucking
nice idea, that
collapsitarian?
is what
Do
makes
you want to
it
fucking
stupid.
say that? Do you want to say that, you know, we're fucked no matter what? Okay, you can do that. Trust me. Join the fucking club. A whole bunch of other people are fucking saying that. I'm saying that we can fucking make things work where people like us, people like Nick, people like Bull Rush, people like Joe Dolio, people like Nick August, people like Rob Says, we can make shit fucking work where we can actually fucking make it out of this shit okay. That's what I'm trying to fucking say. Now, if you want to speak against that, go right the fuck ahead and do that. But I'm going to take a wild fucking guess. If shit hit the fucking fan and we actually got together, we can make it fucking work, okay? I don't know how it would look like because nobody will know what it'll fucking look like. But I'm going to take a wild fucking guess that good people like us, we will make it fucking work. Bull Rush, he will make it help work. I will make it help fucking work. You will make it help fucking work. Nick August will make it help fucking work. Rollo will make it fucking work. Nick August will make it fucking work. Aaron Clare will make it fucking work. Everybody else will make it fucking work, okay?
That's
Now,
a
if
big
you want to be fucking collapsitarian, like, oh, we're fucked no matter what. Okay, you know what? You go fucking submit. The fucking line is over there. But look, I don't have time for that shit, okay? I don't have time for that. I want to make things fucking work. I want my team to fucking work, okay? And if you want to fucking make that happen, you fucking join in. If you don't, the line to submit is over fucking there, okay? I don't have time for this shit. I don't. I'm being dead fucking serious now. I'm not even drinking anymore. That's how serious I am. I'm being dead fucking serious. Look, we got real fucking shit to deal with. Now, if you want to deal with it, then let's fucking deal with it. However you fucking deal with it, that's up to how we fucking structure the shit, okay? If you want to fucking fall, if you want to submit, hey, you know, it's going to fail no matter what. Okay,
That's not
the
what
line's
we're
over there.
saying, dude.
The
We're not-
line's over fucking there.
That's not
Okay,
what I'm
I don't
saying,
have fucking
dude.
time for that shit. I don't have fucking time. We don't have time for this shit. We got about 85, 84 days, I think, now, until shit gets really fucking real. Now I'm drinking now. That's fine. Trust me, I'll be sober and saying the same fucking things within about 12 fucking hours. It doesn't matter. We got real fucking shit to deal with here, okay? Now, if we can't fucking organize here, then we can't fucking organize. We need this shit done fucking now, okay? We need our fucking team organized now, and that's why I pointed out all of you fucking assholes now. Bull Rush, Nick Schulander, Alvin Atham, Aaron Clary, Rolls Tomasi, all these fucking people. That's why I pointed them out now. Team Let 'em Burn. I made that. I just thought of that because I thought it was funny, but you know what? It's still fucking true. We need this shit organized fucking now. And if we can't fucking do this now, good luck fucking doing it later. Good luck doing it when it fucking matters.
Boris,
We
you
need this
still
shit
listening
done
to this?
fucking yesterday.
You know, it's funny though.
And I'm pretty sure Bull Rush is, he probably, maybe he's probably lost what the fuck I'm saying because I'm all over the fucking map, and that's understandable. But you know what? We need this shit done fucking now. We need this shit fucking organized now.
You need it organized.
We can't fucking wait. We can't fucking wait until you know, chaos is underway. We need this shit done before fucking chaos is underway. We need this shit done fucking now.
You know,
I'm 100%. I am deadly fucking serious.
you
We
know
can't
why-
fucking wait.
You know why I'm not worried about it?
Go ahead, Boris. Sorry.
You know why I'm not worried about it? Because I'm prepared.
I bet you are. That's why I want you part of this. You are prepared. I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm not 100% prepared.
Well, yeah, we can.
I don't
tell.
have a lot of the tools that I need.
Gee, you don't say.
I'm 100%. I'm honest.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not, but
believe you.
I know how fucking serious this is. Now, I don't think it's going to get as crazy as most people think it's going to get. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be fucking prepared.
Yeah, but we are prepared.
gotta talk
I'm
about-
prepared.
Good.
I'm prepared.
I'm glad to hear that.
I have water and food and bullets and all that good stuff. I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Good.
It's not. It really
By the
doesn't get
way,
bad until
Bull
you,
Rush,
like,
one of the people that I think, if I asked him to drop and give me 20, he could actually drop and give me 20. Most of the people who say they are prepared could not fucking do that. That's something we talked about in the last show I did here.
Oh, being in physical, good, like decent physical shape. Yeah.
Being decent physical shape, having other things fucking ready to go.
Yeah.
Maybe they have some fucking ears or something. How many of these people do you think could actually fucking bug in for a couple of weeks? I guess probably most of them couldn't.
I can do it for months, dude. Not that I have the supplies to last a month, but I can get the supplies. I have the knowledge base
Good.
skill sets to where I can go and get food and bring it back here. Whether it be from
This is why I like Bull Rush.
Or
This
from
is
out
why I
in the
like
woods.
Bull Rush. This is why I like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't know how to
Sorry to.
if you don't have the skill set to like hunt animals or trap animals and know how to like process them and stuff like that, kind of be useless.
Right.
Or if you know how to like how to filter water. I'm talking about like hard skill sets.
Or you go fishing and whatever, you get some salmon or something,
Yeah, I know how to do that.
or trout or wherever the fuck is in the waters. No, that's the thing. Having those kind of skills on hand.
But the thing is, like, whenever
We
that
need
stuff
people with skills like that.
you need to have that before bad things start. Because if you don't have
Right.
that, there's no on-the-job training with this kind of stuff. Because it's like we don't.
No, when shit fucking really happens, no, there's no fucking time for that. You need to have that beforehand. Is that what? And that's what you're saying. If I am interpreting that correctly.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, you're not like, if someone came to my house, right, and they're like, I'm hungry, can I be in your group? I'm like, okay, what hard skill sets do you have? And they're like,
What do you bring to the table?
well, I'm a CPA. I'm like, do you know how to hunt? No. Do you know how to fish? Sort of. You know.
All right, so Chad Elkins is fucked, is what you're saying.
Yes, Bacon, and what I'm hoping, and what he probably hopes you realize is that includes you too.
And the thing is, like, if he says no to these questions, I'm gonna shoot him
Exactly.
because he's gonna be dead weight. He's just gonna be an extra mouth to feed.
Or, I'll tell you, I'll put this
Bullrush,
caveat
I'd say
out
you're
there
already
because I've
being
used
way
this
too
before.
generous there.
What?
I'd say you're already
I'll
being
put this
way too
caveat
generous.
there.
If I was
I can
in
at
your
least
shoes and
fucking
someone I
learn.
didn't know came to my front door, I'd just point a gun at him no matter what and be like, "You have 5 seconds. Tell me what you can do."
Yeah.
Some shit like that.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Now, granted, I am an asshole, like genuinely evil, but I don't know. If shit hits the fan, that is pretty much what everyone else would default to, or at least I'd hope so if they're sane.
I mean, I'm just gonna shoot you because, like, I don't want you going back and getting. I don't know if you got buddies or something like that, and going back to them, be like, hey, this guy's got food and stuff. I'm not gonna take that chance. I'm just gonna shoot you, unless you have.
That assumes they know you have food.
Unless you have like a hard
Well, if they didn't think you had food, then why are they fucking there in the first place?
scouting,
Exactly.
so kill a scout.
Fair point, actually.
That's why you kill a scout.
But that's the thing. Look, that's why I like you guys. Okay, I can provide a lot of different services for you guys. Even if I don't have the resources that I need, I can at least provide them. Hopefully, the people that I highlighted can do that. Nick Schuler, I'm sure, can do that, even though he does marketing, and that's pretty much it.
Marketing.
I'm sure he could do. I'm sure he could do other things. No, but I'm sure you could do other things. That's why I highlight you.
That would be
Bull Rush
radio.
obviously has other fucking resources. You know, he has resources on hand that he can provide them. That's why I highlight this shit. That's why I picked the people for Team Let 'Em Burn. And it wasn't just me picking them. Me picking Team Let 'Em Burn doesn't mean jack shit. It really doesn't.
Exactly.
It's just that I highlighted you guys for that shit.
It's the prepper version
But
of a
the
fantasy
reason I picked the
football
people
league
that I
is
did,
essentially
hang
what
on
you're
a
doing.
Yeah, that's
second,
what it is.
hang on,
Prepper fantasy
Nick,
draft.
hang on a second.
That's exactly what it is, though.
No, but the reason I picked who I picked for that, and I ran out of space, so I didn't pick as many people as I could, is that these are people like, you know what, even if you don't have the resources, you can fucking get it. You can get shit done. So I said, Team Let 'Em Burn. Okay, you got this fucking team, like, you got to deal with the fucking end of the world. Here we go, Team Let 'Em Burn. Now, I didn't pick everybody. I ran out of space. And frankly, to be honest, I forgot several people.
Because you're running out of brain cells.
I am,
Okay.
and I'm drinking them all away. I'm drinking them all, to be honest with you. I am drinking them all away.
Yeah, and
But
your
the-
skills.
okay,
Yeah, and your
but
skills
these are
gonna
the
go
goddamn
with it.
people.
In fact,
If I
might
had
even
to
pay
pick-
for it. Oh, fuck this.
If I had to pick people that I had to be quarantined with, or, you know, like, these are the people that I want on my side, this is who I want. Now, Bull Rush is on that. Funny enough, Nick, you were on that.
You're not sane. If
You
I'm
know,
on that.
Anthem was on that. Aaron Clare was on that. Drew Bay, Joe Dolio, Rationamel, who the fuck is that? Roll Tomasi. A lot of people, they were on that because I can trust them. Even if they don't have the resources at hand, they can at least fucking get them. They can make themselves fucking useful. And so that's who I would pick for. If I had to pick a team to fucking bunk up with, whether it's here, whether it's there, whether it's any other place, whether it's at fucking Safety Dog's place, who has a 2,000 square foot place, or somewhere else, that's who I would fucking pick. It would be you fucking assholes. Because you guys, even if you don't have the fucking resources, you can figure out how to fucking do it. And I think that's even more important than actually having the fucking resources on fucking hand. Because you can fucking replenish it.
Not when shit hits the fan.
No, exactly when it hits the fan.
No.
That's my
Dude.
point.
Have you been listening to what
Maybe you
Boris
don't
has
have
been
it, but
saying
you
for
can
the past
figure out how to
30
do it.
minutes? Have you been listening to what Bullrush has been trying to tell you for the past 30 minutes? Even unless you are like a lightning fast learner, it's not going to matter what you can learn to do. It's going to matter what you already know. Otherwise you're going to have to waste time learning.
That's what I'm saying.
On the fly.
The people I picked, you, Bullrush, and other people, they can fucking do that. A lot of other people can't fucking do it. That's why I haven't picked them.
Which, dude,
Why
your
do you think
ability
I
to
picked you
learn shit on
assholes?
the fly, it's not going to matter as much as what you already know, dude.
Are you serious?
Yes. Dude, Bullrush, didn't you just say it's not going to matter what you can learn, it's going to matter what you already know? It's like you need to have, the skills to survive in the
I think
wilderness.
any more to drink here. Jesus Christ.
You need to already know that shit before shit hits the fan.
Yeah,
You need to be able to adapt to
You
fucking
probably
situations.
can't afford to waste time
Let me
learning
guess.
in the field.
Marines kind of have to fucking do that anyways.
You what?
Am I wrong?
What? Wrong about
Well,
what?
Marines, even if they're not all that smart, they need to adapt to different situations as they fucking develop. And they need to adapt and deal with them as they come along.
Isn't that's in addition
wrong?
to like having your basic competencies already?
Yeah, 'cause, I mean,
Which you would have if
can't-
you were a fucking Marine.
like you're not going to have time. Like I don't have in those kind of situations. I would not have time to teach somebody how to like hunt or fish or process animals or any other kind of resource gathering or anything like that. Like I don't have time to teach stuff like no one else would, because you're going to be living
Right.
a hand to mouth type of lifestyle. You know, we're basically going to be put back to hunter gatherer status. You know, we really are. Especially if there's like no electricity or anything like that. In that kind of situation, that's when shit gets real. Like you have to have value added, you know, and you have to have value added. It has to be predisposed. It's like we don't. No one's gonna have time to do on the job training for people. So unless you can immediately start, and I mean you can, like if you're good with guns or something like that, or if you got a bunch of guns, or if you know how to use weapons and stuff like that, like actually know how to use them, you're competent with that stuff. That might work too. You know, if you know how to.
If you have other skills.
If you know how to plant, if you know how to like plant a garden or something like that, like if you know how to grow food, that's an important skill set to have. Like if you know how to hunt for food or fish, you know, anything like that, that's going to be useful. If you know medication and stuff like that, if you're like a doctor or if you're an EMT, that's going to be useful. I would let someone in with that kind of skill set. But
Okay.
Like Nick, marketing, you know, that's not really something useful unless he knows some other stuff. I mean, that's just like something he's into. Like,
I do know other stuff, but that's not enough. It would also have to be stuff you don't already know.
Because you're going to have to produce not only for yourself but for other people. And it's not especially if you're in a group situation like a team, you're going to have to be not only producing.
You have to be a net positive for society, essentially.
Yeah, not just
or whatever society that you're providing for or that you're like trying to get into.
Yeah, it's going to be value plus, because like you have to have some kind of value, and it has to be enough value that it can not only benefit you, but it has to benefit more than just you. It's like you don't, like if I sent you out to go hunting, you came back with a fucking rabbit, you know, okay, that's cool. A rabbit will feed you, but what about the other 3 or 4 people I got to worry about? Okay, unless you come up,
right.
So you have to come back with something more. You come back with a rabbit. And if you come back with a rabbit, the second time I send you out, I'm going to shoot you.
Right.
I don't have time for it. Like no one's going to have time for that shit. the tolerances for bullshit will be fucking hairline. Like,
It's going to be a negative tolerance for bullshit.
yeah, because you don't have time for that because it's
Right.
going to be life or death. And like I said, this we'll make it work kind of situation. That's wishful thinking. It really is. Because most
That's
of
not even wishful thinking, Bull Rush. That's just stupidity. I'm sorry to go that way, Bacon.
Well, I try to be nice, but 9 times in the real world, it really
I'm
doesn't
not.
work out. In the real world, it doesn't work out. Like
Go
that.
ahead. Do what you need.
The unprepared will die. You know, and that's just with that kind of situation. It's really bad unless you really have your shit together and you're aware of your surroundings and stuff, man. Even then, a lot of people like that are not going to make it, or may not make it. You know, it's a lot of it just has to do with random bullshit. But the better prepared you are, the better off you're going to be. You're going to be in a situation. You're going to have yourself in a situation to be successful. That's not to say you're always.
Well,
gonna be
that's what I was saying, that most of us are going to be, and I'm not going to say all of us are super fucking useful, as you said, but for the most part, most of the people that we found online, I think we would actually fit in that category. Nick could find a way to make things work. I could find a way to make things work. Raul could make a way to make things work. Aaron, Clary could make things fucking work. That's what I'm saying.
I don't even know like half these people did.
Well, even if they could, it wouldn't involve you, so it would be fucking useless.
Like internet.
I hate to say it, but if shit really happened, the team let him burn, they would fucking scatter to the winds.
They wouldn't.
All right, well, there we go. Okay, well, that's fine. If you want to have a fucking, we're just fucked no matter what
That's not what I'm
mindset, go ahead
saying.
and have that.
Now we could have.
Well, that's exactly what you're fucking saying.
No,
That's exactly what you're
that
saying.
is not. That
Because
is
I'm
not
saying, you know what? Look,
I'm saying we
because
could
I'm
all
saying
survive.
they can have some way to fucking do things, and what you're saying is like, okay, well, that wouldn't matter anyways. That's what you're saying.
Now what we could do?
Maybe I'm wrong.
We could have a team reunion afterwards. You know.
You're assuming that the after would be within our lifetimes.
Well, yeah.
What I mean, Bell Rush, have you ever played The Last of Us or Last of Us 2?
I've
Any
heard
of
it.
those? Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of it too. I haven't
Okay.
played that
I
though.
know the premise though. Yeah.
Yeah, basically there's a fungus
Same here.
that turns people into zombies,
The
okay?
fungus among us. Yeah.
And the prologue is when it starts,
The
but
fungus
most of the
among us.
game and the sequel takes place like, what was it? I think it's like 20 or 30 years after it starts. And even the 20 or 30 years after it starts, they still haven't, I mean, they have some civilization again, but it's still not anywhere near to what it was. So you're assuming that the
Oh, so
after
like now.
in which we could have a reunion would be within our lifetimes.
We have a reunion tour, like the Beatles.
Look, all I
The Beatles
said
never had a reunion.
was that the
tour,
people
though.
who follow
They were
this
talking about it,
program.
but John died right before
Oh,
they
that's
could
right.
actually do something.
Yeah. Well, I just you kind of look at The Walking Dead because they never got back with their people.
Right?
You're not gonna
Same
go.
Exactly.
You're just gonna everyone's gonna be trying to stay alive. That's the bottom line. And the thing is like when you're in that kind of mode or that kind of situation environment, like a lot of bullshit gets swept off to the side. Like everything else is bullshit. Your main goals are trying to stay alive to the next day, and like eating, clean water. It's very basic kind of shit.
Right, dude. And Bacon, I'm not saying that
Right.
we're all fucked no matter what.
But if you
I'm
can
saying that even if we probably are going to survive, but it's not going to be with each other. I'm going to be like whoever I end up with. Bulrush is going to be like with his family and maybe some other people in his local area. And you're going to be the same deal.
Maybe.
Probably.
Maybe. I just okay, fine, probably. Okay. Got it. Understood.
Now, if things
I'm
get
just
better, though,
saying.
to the point that you have like long range communication and stuff starts again, then yeah.
Well, then,
If
yeah.
they get phones working or something like
Like
that.
now.
Yeah, if they get some kind of.
And by the way, we're all working on that too. We're
then,
talking about like ham radios and shit.
like a telegraph or some shit like that.
Oh,
But yeah, that's
Or a
what
telegraph too. You're right.
it's
Yeah,
just- it's
that
gonna be-
assumes we could get back to this point.
Yeah. I don't think it's
But
gonna
look,
be
you know what?
that. People are really
It's the
comfortable.
will. It's the will. To be honest, it's the will. It's not the means, and the means obviously matter, but
Well, the thing
it's
is,
the
though,
will to actually fucking do that. We will figure out a way to communicate with each other. Whatever the fucking means are at the time does not matter. We will figure it the fuck out.
but I don't think it really matters because, like, the thing is, man, is like, it's not gonna like people are too comfortable in this society, and they don't like to be uncomfortable.
We're not talking about other people. We're talking about us. We're
Yeah.
talking about
But the
me.
thing is,
We're talking
like,
about Bull Rush.
in
We're
order-
talking about Nick Schulander. We're
in order
talking about Atham
Yeah.
Monducky. We're talking about Aaron Clare. We're talking about everyone else.
Yeah, that's
All the
right.
other people who will be in our circle, we will figure that shit out when it fucking comes.
But the thing about it is,
Now, whether it's like this, whether it's, whether we're doing it over the internet like we're doing it now, whether we're doing it over fucking telegrams or wherever the fuck it is, we will figure shit out. That's what I'm trying to say. We will figure out how to get in contact with each other and figure shit out. That's all I'm trying to say. We will figure it out.
but it's
Now,
gonna take
what
a-
that will look like in the future, I don't fucking know. I don't know, and nobody else knows. No one knows.
I mean, we could have an asteroid.
But
take us
we
out.
will. We have the fucking willpower to figure it the fuck out. Bull Rush, you have the power to figure it out. I have the power to figure it out.
I have the power. to do it.
Shoelander has the power to figure it out. Everyone else who's listening to this has the power to figure it the fuck out. Now, we don't know how that will happen,
I'm pretty sure if you show up the next
but
house,
we
you're
will
gonna-
figure it out. That's all I'm trying to say. That's
You're
it.
shitting on
That's
Facebook.
all I'm trying to say. Go ahead.
What were you saying, Bull Rush?
I think Nick's gonna shoot you just out of fucking principle if you come to his house.
I'm surprised
Of course
you
he
wouldn't
is.
shoot any of us
That's
on
what
Twitter.
Nick does.
Yeah, I just don't think that November is gonna be like a society-ending fucking thing. I know some people want it.
I
but-
don't think it is either. It's not. It's not going to happen. No, it's not.
Because otherwise, all
People are
this
too
chat-
fucking loose. They're waiting for the fucking sports ball to happen. They want that to come back first of all.
Well, yeah.
But yeah,
They're
so
waiting
let's
for the
fix
fucking
that
sports ball to come back.
Make it a fucking society-ending thing. Like, have Atham with his chemical engineering know-how, like, take a sample of the COVID and put it on steroids, so it actually is like a Last of Us style plague that
Yeah.
turns people into zombies.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, this is
Don't
not,
get me. Hey, don't.
That's actually a
Don't get me
genuine.
fucking
That is
excited here.
actually a genuine fear I have. Not the zombie apocalypse, but so many people talking about a society-ending event, like someone thinking it's going to happen, and even if it doesn't happen,
Because
someone-
that hasn't been happening for the last few months.
well, no. The thing I'm actually afraid of is everybody saying that the society-ending event is going to happen, then it doesn't, but then somebody who's so invested in it happening will just be like, fine, I'll do it myself, and then actually create
Make it happen.
Right.
You know what? Good. I hope he fucking does. I really hope he fucking does. Yeah,
that'll be
real
the
fucking
quote.
nice
That'll be the
change
quote
around
on your
here.
change sound.
yeah, that's gonna be a bad it's gonna be a bad time. Well, I mean, it's the thing about it is though, it's like if stuff like that actually happens, man, it's gonna be the amount of life that'll be lost. will be incalculable. You know, it's going
Right.
to be fucking sad. There's nothing. It's not going to be a good time for anybody. And so
Only for like
You're not-
sociopaths like me.
You are not selling me against this at all.
So maybe you're gonna
Have
be
you
the
seen
one
the
that
fucking lies that we have to fucking deal with lately?
it's still
Get rid of most of these fucking assholes.
it's still preferable because look, man, I've lived out in the woods. I've taken survival training and shit. I went through survival training when I was in the military. I did it when I was growing up. My dad and my grandfather used to take me out, and then I was doing it by myself. It is extremely unfucking comfortable, dude. Like this is if it was that great, we would still be living in fucking caves. But there's a reason why our ancestors got out of caves and started building houses and shit. There's a reason why we have a grocery store, because gathering food and hunting for food is a very
It sucks.
it's a time consuming, difficult fucking process or activity. I mean, you don't. That's all you're. Whenever you get to that level, like that's all you're consumed with, right? Is hunting and gathering resources. It's an all day fucking affair.
You are not wrong.
Unless you learn how to.
You are not wrong, my friend.
The thing about it is, like a lot of people, even the people that want like the claps and shit like that, they don't understand that. Like,
They aren't gonna say it if they all
No,
assume they're
And they
gonna
won't, actually.
it's extremely fucking difficult and laborious, and just it's a shitty situation. And if for something like that to happen on a societal scale, it's going to have to be really drastic. Like it's going to have to be a major event. Even if like civil war and shit breaks out, man, people ain't got the stomach for that shit, man. Most people don't have the stomach for that shit. They just don't.
No, they don't, and that's why I don't think Civil War will break out. I don't think that's going to happen, but
If
you're
it-
right
if
in
something like that
pointing
did,
that out.
I
It
think,
will eventually.
I think Nick was right whenever he said it's not gonna be like an all out like fucking war kind of thing, but it's gonna be more of like small kinetic events, little skirmish kind of shit, you know.
Maybe
Small-
skirmishes, yeah.
Small skirmishes, militia type stuff, maybe. Not even that, probably. It's going to be because that kind of fight, like that kind of big line up and fight, big armies kind of shit. That's been out of.
No, it's been gone for a long time now.
It's been gone for like almost.
It's
20
been gone since fucking Vietnam.
The Geneva Convention, or maybe not the Geneva Conventions. That
Well,
was
no, just how we fight wars. I mean, the last major, like, big army war that we had was the first Gulf War, where we had, you know, we stationed.
I remember that.
That was the last big ass.
I remember the planes flying over
right?
in LA.
Official-
I remember the planes flying over.
That was the last like big ass kinetic war where you had two opposing armies line up against each other. You're
and
not
like
gonna see-
officially declaring
Yep.
war.
you're not
people
going to
don't
see
It
that.
was an
Actually,
actual
war
fucking
anymore.
war.
You're not going to see that anymore. It's all going to be small group kinetic. That's why the special operations, man, ever since like 1990, the amount of operators in our military special operations group it's grown exponentially. Why do you think that is? Because the way war is waged is changing. It's not going to be big ass armies.
It is, you're right.
It's going
You
to be
don't
small-
have big conflicts where there's like this one big group, you know, that they're the forces of evil. Then you have us, I guess. We're the forces of good, and then we fight against them, and then if we win, you know, there's we fucking conquered the forces of evil, and there's a big fucking parade and all this other bullshit like World War II. That was probably one of the last ones we had, where we conquered the forces of evil, and we won. We were the big force. It was, you know, hey, we win. We got this, and we have the big celebrations and the lines of fucking parades and all this shit, and the sailors coming back home to kiss their brides and all this shit. You know, it's been a long time since we fucking had that, and you're 100% right about
Yeah,
that.
you're
It's
not
been
gonna
a
have-
long time since we fucking had that.
And especially if it's like an internal war, dude. That's not how internal wars are even fought in the first place. You look at any And
No,
any
that's a whole nother fucking thing.
if you look at any country,
We're not even talking about, like maybe the United States going against maybe North Korea or
no,
fucking
that's the thing,
Vietnam or
it's just like if you
whatever.
study any country like Cuba or anything like that, or Argentina, or not Argentina, Venezuela and stuff like that. If you looked at
That too.
with internal conflicts, it's never been one side lines up against another one. It's always been a lot of small.
And it hasn't been like that since our Civil War.
Man, it hasn't been like that since the Bolsheviks took over in Russia.
Right.
I mean,
So it's more like
That too.
it's not America at war with Russia. It's people. It's proxy wars, like people who kind of have American ties against
That's how it's
people
been like
who
for a long time.
kind of, yeah.
well, it's gonna be cells. It's gonna be cells of like militia and shit from different parts of the country, and it may be integrated together. It may not be. It might be like a fucking ragtag. A lot of it's gonna depend.
I think they're just between militias and fucking armies, by the way.
What?
Just throwing it out there.
What's up?
Oh, as if there's real fucking difference between militias and actual fucking official armies. Funny how they all do the same fucking duty, but they're called something different depending on who you fucking talk to.
Well, the difference is
like
that,
if Team Let 'Em Burn had their own fucking militia, like we all had our own fucking,
well,
I don't know, like artillery unit or something.
Militias are not connected.
They may call that something different than from whatever the fuck the U.S. Army has or the U.S. Marines
I want to hear what Bull Rush has to say.
There's a difference between militia and regular army. Regular army is they're conscripts, or they fucking volunteered and they're rolled in, trained up. They're kind of like the official group. Okay, so like in militia, or they're basically civilians or people that are not. They may have military training or paramilitary training, but they're not actually like in the military. They have no rank except if they make a command structure.
Well, that's my point. They have the same fucking training. Maybe they do the same fucking things.
They might.
But they're just not part of the federal part of it. They're not part of the government. That's what I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah, they're not taking.
That's it.
Militia are not taking.
They have the same fucking training, but they can do the same fucking things. They're just not part of the fucking government. That's all. That's all I wanted to say.
And militia tend to be less organized, less disciplined compared to the actual military.
Tends to be
groups. Like I said, the militia are very. It varies, It's kind of like a wild card. You got guys you might have veterans from the military, and you might have guys that are just fucking gun bunnies at the gun range that know how to shoot straight. That's
fair enough. No, you're right about that.
You're looking at that's the variance of skill. Like
I'm just looking at things from the other side there. I'm just looking at things from the other side. That's all I'm doing.
And then, but yeah, you're not going to see that.
I think,
you're going to see that.
To be honest, if somebody like you join some, I don't know, some anarchist group or something, it probably wouldn't be an anarchist group because anarchy is a totally fucking fucked up term. Nobody uses that properly anymore. But something that's close to that, you end up joining that. And you have other people that are at least close to your caliber, Bull Rush, as far as military experience, training, firearm experience, all this stuff. It ain't gonna be the same fucking thing. Just saying. You wouldn't call that anarchist. You would call anarchists the people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. They'd be the ones who are like causing all kinds of fucking trouble right now.
Well, if things got that bad, you're not going to care. You're not going to care about labels, right? You're not going to care who's an anarchist.
No,
You're
but
not
that's the
gonna-
reason I brought up the labels. That's
You're not
the
gonna
reason I
care
brought up the
if
labels. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
You're not going to care if they're like a collapsitarian or a monarchist or an anarchist or whatever. You're not going to care about those kind of labels because you'll most likely be
right.
classified under a common, most likely.
You got better
tyrannical
things to
government.
do.
Well, no, you're just going to be.
But no, that's the reason that I don't go by the fucking anarchy thing anymore. I used to, and I realized quickly, it was like, okay, every fucking instance where like shit is just going wrong and like everything's fucking on fire, that's what's going to be labeled under anarchy, and that's why I don't want to fucking deal with it. That's why I go by Unbound. It's like, okay, fine. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that shit. I'm not bound by any of this shit that you fucking talk about.
What you're describing is chaos, not anarchy. There's a difference.
You're right. You're 100% right. You are 100% right, Borush.
Dude, Borush, how
That
are you
is chaos.
still awake? Isn't it
And I
almost
said
5
the
a.m.
same
for
fucking
you?
thing.
Do what? Yeah, I slept till like 3 o'clock yesterday, so I gotta get my. I can't sleep right now, so
Uh,
Oh, jeez.
there will be
But
less.
no, he's 100% right.
look
Yeah,
at my.
It is
look at
it's
my-
more chaos than anarchy than what he's talking about.
Well, you can't.
If we were to
the
be
difference is
honest about what these means.
you can't have.
But everybody associates that with anarchy anyways. So I think anarchy is totally fucking lost.
The difference
don't
is
fucking
also
use
is that you can't have a sustainable civilization or society with chaos. Okay, chaos is literally like
No.
the absence. It's
It's
literally
the opposing force.
well, chaos is just the absence of any sort of substantial law, like the rule
Any
of law.
kind of order, basically.
There's no government, no law enforcement. It's just people fucking running around doing whatever they want. when
There's
they
no
want.
order,
There's no-
essentially.
With anarchy, there is some level of
Whether it's
order.
government or whether it's, people built, there's no order.
It's very.
That's the
with
problem.
Anarchy is very low level. It's probably going to be like it's usually like very small groups and stuff like that. But
Now,
yeah,
anarchy can work, but you know what? We don't have the kind of people that will actually work with that. So that ain't gonna work. And that's
No
why you
way.
have a lot of the flack that goes against anarchy. Oh, well, what about this or what about that? And you will have that happen a billion fucking times. Trust me. Ask me how I know. You will
Well,
have
you
that
can-
happen a lot. Trust
you
me,
can
I've
have-
already argued a bit against a million of fucking those things before.
well,
Oh,
you can
without
just,
government rule, how would you have this and how would you have that? I've already argued against that a million fucking times. Trust me. Ask
well,
me how I know.
you can have
That's why I go by Unbound.
you can have anarchy and still have a civilization or a society though. And the thing about it is that
Okay, I agree. I agree. I agree with you. Look, okay, it's gonna come down to people like they're gonna have problems with that. They have their own fucking agendas. You know, okay, we have the anarchy thing here. Where everybody works for themselves and they all make their own fucking money and all this other shit that you should be doing anyways. But they're not getting their fucking cut of whatever fucking money anyways. And so they're going to argue, okay, well, how would I get my money this way? Okay. I broke my leg. And so I was good at providing money, to the society, but I broke my leg and I can't do it anymore. And so how do I pay my rent? How do I buy my groceries? You'll get those kind of arguments.
well, those are arguments.
And those are the reasonable ones.
Those are all based off a false premise because theoretically, like
They all are.
in society, you won't be owing people anything because you won't be owing rent because you'll most likely have built your own house. You know, it's like self-sufficiency on hard mode. You know, on
But
like
that depends on the society actually fucking doing that. And this society that we have now, I wish we had the society that you were talking about, Bull Rush. But the society that you're talking about, it ain't this one. Everybody's dependent on something. And that's the problem. Everybody's dependent on something. And so if you pull the fucking pin on that, then that's when they fucking start crying fucking wolf. Hey, wait a minute.
well, yeah,
I
would
can't
too.
get, you know, I don't know, what do you call it? What do you call it? You know, fucking dependence, like, for my kids, I can't get daycare for my kids so I can go to school, or I can't go to work.
You're not gonna have to. You're not
Why
gonna have
can't
to
I
worry
get
about
that?
stuff. You're not gonna have to worry about that stuff though, because that's those type of things will not exist. Like daycare for your kid? Are you fucking kidding me? That's just not. But if you know, I can see why those people be upset because you're basically
No,
kicking
you're right.
you're kicking
No,
the school out from underneath. 'cause, like,
Boris,
people
you're
are
right.
grown up like this.
You're
Like,
right.
we've all
But
been
people don't think that fucking far ahead. That's what I'm saying.
But people don't expect
They think,
that to happen. If
Okay.
everyone,
but
if
they
everyone,
don't think that far ahead. So
if
they have
everyone
those fucking
expected-
arguments.
If everyone expected that one day they're going to wake up and have to be 100% reliant upon their own skill sets and their knowledge, this would be a totally different country. But we're not. We've all, you know, like most.
Dude, I think
civilizations-
everybody will fucking panic here. To be
Like
honest with
most
you, I think
civilizations-
everyone here will fucking panic.
Most civilizations, most successful ones, they do have a level of interdependency on each other. Even with large villages, you got certain groups of people that do something, you know, and another group does something else. There's no one group that does everything all the time. You know, that's just
You're missing the point.
just the nature of how
The people who depend on the system, those are the ones that are going to complain. Now, I know what you're talking about.
we all
And you're
depend on
talking
the
about the
system.
good people. There's the ones that are going to actually fucking make things work. I get that. You are 100% right. You are 100% right about that.
We all depend on the system to a certain one degree or another. Like I don't know that much about like medical shit. So, you know, I would have to rely on somebody else's knowledge if I needed to.
By
Like,
the way, there's nothing wrong with that. Look, you're going to rely on other people. Look, other people are going to specialize in things that you can't fucking deal with. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take me, for example. I'm the world's greatest nutritionist. I could do all kind of nutritionist shit. Hell, even with Drew Bay, he's probably better with exercises than I am. So I'll defer to him. He knows better. He knows better about exercise than I do. I know the nutrition part. He knows the exercises, so I'll defer to him.
I mean, if there's a market for that,
And
yeah.
then if we want to, and if we want to market to that, you know, we got Nick Schulander. He's the one that knows how to market that shit.
You're
We'll
assuming I
defer to
give
him
you
to that for that.
quiet.
But I mean, anarchy. The thing about anarchy, look, it's not that big a deal. It's just a state of a society
It isn't big a deal at all.
with
It's just, you know, everybody's vested interest.
yeah. It's basically just
Okay,
it's
we
just
have
a
anarchy. That
society-
means that there's nothing that's fucking protected. The question is, what is your fucking vested interest that you want protected? If some government program was going to protect that, then we look at that.
Yeah, it's just it's basically
That's
just
really what it is.
all anarchy is. It's just a society without guarantees on every level. Like, you know, you're not guaranteed. There's not gonna be any help from a government.
There's nothing
Program.
guaranteed. Actually, you You said it perfectly. Anarchy is a society where nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah,
You
and
said
I mean,
it
to
perfectly.
be honest, man, like most of our civilization, we've lived like that, where you didn't.
Can
get
I ask
everything.
you a question?
Yeah,
Can I ask you a question?
sure.
Could you live with that?
Yeah, it don't bother me.
If there was nothing guaranteed aside from what you did with your own two hands there, basically, could you live with that?
Yeah, because I know how to. I have the knowledge and skill set. I can do it. Most people don't.
Okay.
Most people grew up in vast
I don't know.
majority of our
I
population.
just wanted to ask. I knew the answer before I asked. To be honest with you, Bull Rush, but I just thought I'd ask, just for the sake of the chat here. I'm pretty sure you could live with whatever the hell you do with your hands. Just thought I'd ask.
I mean, it wouldn't be
I'm pretty sure.
It'd be livable.
Go ahead.
And I mean, you can do it like a lot of people can do. It's just they don't have the impetus, the need to do so. Like they don't, it's just the vast majority of our population lives inside cities.
It is.
They
And
don't,
it's gotta suck.
they have no need.
That's
for
gotta
those-
suck.
It's got its trade-offs. I mean,
It does. And by the way, I like living near cities. I live in a city, actually. I live, what is it, South Tacoma? I live in a city. I can get all the good things as far as the city goes.
like 75% of our population lives near the coast, either east or west or south. That's 3/4 of our population live along the coast. We're not even, very few people, percentage-wise, don't live in like inside states. Like Iowa and shit like that, Nebraska, places that are cut off from water sources, from major water sources.
Sucks to be them. And
That's what it is. But it just shows like
most of them, if they live in that if they live in there, they probably are not complaining. Not like the ones that are on the coast.
that's where most of the complaints come from. Shit.
Oh yeah. Ask me how I know.
But most people, they're not situated to live like that. That's why they get upset about it. It's understandable. I mean, you can't kick the stool out from under an entire society overnight like that and expect them to be able to adjust that fast. And if
is that a Jam XT? It's Bluetooth speaker.
What?
Yeah.
Is that a speaker that I saw on your table that looked like this one?
Oh, I have one of those. Yeah, it's that one.
Yeah.
Why is your house like a crack in?
I'm starting to think it is.
Might as well be. It's small enough to be that, to be honest with you.
I'm just waiting to see like some yellow tape somewhere.
It makes sense why Bacon thinks it's a good idea to bug in.
I got all the drugs with me right here.
Just make sure nothing catches on fire. You know what happens in crack
By
houses?
the way, we got like a million fucking fire extinguishers here. We got a million fucking fire extinguishers here, so like I don't think we have to worry
That'll
about
just
that
put out
at
the
all.
fire. Then you got to deal with the smoke and the chemicals.
Yeah.
Right? No, but to his point, as far as places like that go, you know what? As far as I go, at least, well, I'm not gonna go that far, really, as far as the drug things go. Hell, I'm having a hard enough time getting this fucking device charged up so I could talk to you assholes.
Well, we're trying to absolve you of your naivete, so it's a good talk for you, man.
All right.
I think Nick knows what's going on.
And I'm sad that I'm one of the only people here that does. I'm supposed to be the idiot here. I'm 22. Bacon's like somewhere in his early 30s, and I don't know how fucking old you are, Bull Rush, but I'm gonna guess you're older than Bacon.
Yeah. I'll be 40 in a couple
A little bit.
Okay. All right, cool.
But,
That looks about right.
but you can always educate yourself and stuff like that. It's not that
Yeah.
it's not that big a lot of this stuff, man. It's just
Look, it doesn't matter how old you are, to be honest.
You can
As
use
far
that.
as I can tell, it doesn't.
you can learn skills. You see, the thing is about like having to live out in the woods, like all that stuff, like they're perishable skill sets. You know, like I know how to make a fire out of wood, you know, like the old fashioned way, the way cave guys used to do it. I can do that. Do I want to? Fuck no, dude. I really don't. That's why I was
No.
telling my daughter here a few days ago, like if I had a choice, like I'll get some Bic lighters and put them in Ziploc bags and go out into the woods like that. Because I don't want to have to rub sticks together to make fire. Because that's just a bad
No,
place to
you're
do it.
right. You're 100% right. And
If
look,
you can make
okay,
fire,
that's fun to do when you can do it when it's recreational. When you actually have to fucking do it for survival,
yeah, I'm still
that's
taking
a
Bic.
whole different fucking thing.
Yeah, that's why I'd take some lighters.
You
See,
know.
I would take advantage of the technology. Like I don't want, because even rubbing sticks together
Fuck
to make,
yeah.
to make fire, that's a very labor and time intensive fucking job, man. It's like I told my daughter,
It is. Yeah, you're 100% right.
if you're in an emergency situation where you have to have fire quickly, like if you're fucking hypothermia or something like that, you're most likely gonna die. Even if you do know what you're doing. That's the sad part about it. You can still know what you're doing and you can still die. That's
Right.
what sucks about it. That's the fucked up part about living out in the, you know, like fucking actually living out in the woods and trying to make it. Is like you can still do everything right and get and die. You can get an infection or fucking fall down. You know.
Or you could just get outnumbered.
Yeah.
Like suppose you run into a few other people that had the same idea you do.
Yeah.
And as good as you are at fighting, Bacon, you're still just one person.
And the other fact too.
Don't count me
of the
out
matter-
there, but I
Yeah.
understand what you mean.
You know, nature is not your friend as much as people like to be reverent about Mother
No,
Nature.
it's not.
That bitch is
No,
out to
it's
kill you.
not.
We're
That
all
is not out-
simps. If nature is the hot girl, we're the beta orbiters.
No, she just wants to see you die. Because there's nothing out there that's everything's designed to kill
That's
you.
what every sane hot girl thinks about her beta orbiters.
Pretty much. It's a beautiful mistress of death. So
Exactly.
you don't want to pedestalize.
Oh, thank God he's gone. Thank God.
You don't want to pedestalize nature a whole lot because if you make mistakes, man, mistakes out in nature will get you fucked up. Like you pay prices, like serious prices. It's hard to live. Like I said, it sucks long term. It's fun to go camping, but goddamn, man, you gotta do that shit for months or years. There's a reason why people live in cities and not out in the woods.
Right. Did you hear about the story about the guy? It was in World War II. He was like a Japanese soldier or something, and he hid in the woods for like 20 years after the fighting.
Yeah, because he didn't get the message that the war was over. He was out there.
Well, no, he got the message.
Oh, he did,
But
yeah, but
He thought
didn't
it was a
believe
trick.
Right.
He thought it was a trick.
He was out there for like 30 years, man.
Right? Dude, there's got to be something wrong with you if you do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, his survival skills must have been good enough that he could do that, but if you were genuinely okay surviving for 30 years alone, because both of the two other people he was surviving with died pretty quickly,
Yeah.
If you can actually survive 30 years completely alone, you're fucked up in the head. There is something wrong with you.
Well, yeah, it kind of is, but you also acclimate to it. It's like once you get once you get into the habit of doing
For
things.
30 years, though?
I mean, what other choice do you have? Like, if you have no other choice, yeah, it comes down to either that or die. It's not like, but yeah, that was just a funny ass story, man. It's like, wow. I mean, because he didn't have any supplies left.
Right?
I would just be like, I'd just poke my head and be like, where the fuck did everyone go? After years, I'd be questioning things like, where's other soldiers at?
Right?
Where's my supplies?
And if I remember correctly, I think whatever country he was hiding out in, they sent search parties to go bring him home. Not like violently just say like, hey man, the war's over, you can come back, and he would just kill them all.
Yeah. They just let him out.
Oh, shit, hang on.
That was hilarious.
Okay, there we go. My speaker got unplugged.
That was definitely one of those out there.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he was like, I forget how they found him. I gotta go look at that story again.
If I remember correctly, they found his old commanding officer and basically had him.
Yeah.
And even then, it took some convincing.
Yeah, they brought they chopper in his or flying his old commander. His commander, they went out there with his old commander. And they had to like coax him out of the wood.
And even then, they didn't think it was. Oh my god! It still took a bunch of convincing. That was fucking hilarious.
That dude was indoctrinated, man. He was in it.
Right? And you know what the sad thing I realized? I could see my brain warping to the same place his was.
Oh, well, I mean, his mind was he's probably fucked up long term because like if he's out there by himself, then there's going to be some psychological damage that's done to him because people need
other people.
Yeah, they need interpersonal communication and shit and to socialize and shit, or else, and that's been proven through science and shit that you'll fucking go crazy.
Go crazy.
Kind of like Wilson, like Castle with that movie with.
I know, but look what happened when he lost Wilson.
Yeah, he went fucking because that was really his only like connection to the outside world. And he made out it was a cope. It was a big cope for him.
Yeah, but then he lost it, and that's the saddest scene in a movie, and it's not even about a person.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know. Bacon is actually he started pissing me off, but I was just like, look, individually we could probably all figure out how to survive. The point I was trying to make is that we probably wouldn't be doing it together.
Yeah, it's not going to be a priority, man.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. I'd like to think if shit hit the fan, Bacon. I'd like to think that if shit hit the fan, yeah, Bacon would come get me, and then we'd make our way to, I don't know, safety docks. I just know realistically that wouldn't happen. And even if that did happen, I'd have to fend for myself for however long before you could get here anyway.
Yeah. Like I said, going across state lines and stuff that far of a distance, that's a lot of exposure to risk,
Right. Granted, I'm a little more realistic because I'm just on the other end of his same state.
Oh yeah.
But dude, it's a stretch going to you in Texas and definitely like the other side of the country in fucking Wisconsin.
Well, yeah, that's what I was like, dude. Even if y'all came in, I'd be like, dude, I'm not leaving. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would I want to unask myself from a place that I'm familiar with and go somewhere where I'm not familiar across several hundreds of miles and have that kind of...
There's also the fact that you happen to have a family, like a wife and a kid, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Bacon and I have none of those.
Yeah. It's like, I got to worry about 2 other people besides myself. It's just it would be a logistical nightmare. Like I said, I wouldn't. The only way I'd do that is if I really had to.
The only reason I'd probably do it is because I'm 22, have no I don't have a wife and kids, and I'm already pretty close to being nomadic anyway.
Yeah. Most people that age are. That's fine.
Right?
There's people my age that are like that, but those are few and far in between. And yeah, that's just matter. That's like I was trying to explain to him. It's like unless you have like actual skill sets and shit, like tangible skill sets that have a return on investment immediately, like I will shoot you. Like I just don't care because I don't have that kind of time.
Right.
It's not about being nice or anything. It has nothing to do with morals. It's amoral, actually. So, yeah, most stuff like that happens. It's mainly going to be, it's going to be like your immediate surroundings, people inside your area. Like where I live, it's going to be like my little neighborhood of people over here.
Right. And for me, I don't know what it would be like for me, because this is a college town, meaning if shit hit the fan, most people would go back to where their parents are, because it's a college town and students and whatnot.
Yeah.
So here might actually be a pretty good place, because this place would clear out pretty quickly. So all I have to do is not clear out, and then I have all that space, along with everyone else who decides to stick around.
Yeah. And then y'all could just group up and figure things out from there.
Right.
And see, you have to take inventory of knowledge and skill sets and stuff like that.
Yeah. And then they'd just be like, they'd look at me and be like, who the hell are you? I'm like, I've actually been living here for the past 2 years. None of us have ever heard of you. I don't get out much.
Yeah. Well, it's not really going to matter. It's going to be. But seeing the college, it's probably a bunch of young kids, so y'all going to die anyway pretty fast. Maybe some of y'all will get out. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just the natural consequence of society being the way it is. And honestly, with civilization, could you really see it naturally going any other way? I couldn't.
Oh, like the breakdown and shit?
No, like society evolving to the point where people can't fend for themselves as much as they used to. Like, that's just the natural of civilization.
There's, like I said, there's trade-offs. Like you can go back and, there's preppers do it and stuff all the time. They're just going.
Well, a lot of preppers are kind of crazy anyway.
Yeah. They're kind of waiting for something that may not ever.
Like I said, that is actually one of my genuine fears, is that right now there is hype for the world to end, even among the normies. So I'm worried that the hype will get so real and it's not going to go anywhere, that some crazy motherfucker, and by crazy, I mean crazier than me, is going to be like, fine, I'll just do it myself.
Yeah. I think people, that's the problem. Is like people romanticize it too much, and they don't actually. And most of these people have never been inside of they've never been on a battlefield before. Like they don't know what that looks like, right? They don't have experience with that shit.
Right? It's like it's like if it's so good, we would still be there.
And even if they do, being on a battlefield in a whole nother country on the other side of the world is a hell of a lot different when it's inside your front and backyard. It's a totally different monster. And we haven't seen that shit since the Civil War, where those kind of battles were actually fought in people's,
in the country's backyard.
Yeah, in the country's backyard.
Well, a lot of other countries still have wars like that, but we haven't done that since our own Civil War.
Right.
Like when was I guess you could say Pearl Harbor, but it wasn't exactly an invasion. When was the last time the continental U.S. was actually genuinely invaded?
Not by an opposing. No, you're not going to see it either, unless it's from the inside. You're not going to see an outside military force come in to conquer this country unless it's fucking torn up by a civil war to begin with. And then what's most likely going to happen, though, is you're going to have balkanization within the region of the U.S.
Right.
But I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to take several more decades if that's going to happen.
Unless, like I said, some crazy person with all the hype we have now is just like, I'll just do it myself.
It would, yeah. For it to happen overnight, it would take a massive, just a fucking massive event. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's highly unlikely.
Well, it's more possible now than it's ever been in my lifetime. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. I just don't see what it would, or like I don't see how it would manifest itself though. You know, if it would have to be something the government would be doing or something like that. Like it would have to be like a legit tyrannical government acting fucking silly and shit for people to get enough. Because even with the Revolutionary War, it took a lot for them to just the small group that actually said fuck this shit. You have to remember though, like not everyone that lived in the colonies was for
Wanted to become the U.S.
Right. They either didn't care or didn't want it to happen. And the thing about it is, it got pretty serious. It had to get really serious and fucked up.
Right. The only reason, like I think Martin Goldberg said, it's like the only reason a revolution occurs is if most people can tell that the cost of not doing it is higher to them personally.
Right.
It's like there was a thing I heard about, there are worries about a second shutdown in the US because, cases are going back up. But I'm like, and someone pointed out, I think it was even on CNN, it's like, well, most businesses, small businesses, well, a lot of small businesses are going to be going under anyway if they shut down. So if there is another order to shut everything down, the businesses might just ignore it because otherwise they're definitely going to go out of business.
Right. And that's the thing about people in general, is that people don't do shit unless they absolutely have to. It's like they have to be at that precipice before they consider change, like actual change, and take steps to start doing that. That's just the way the human nature is. Most people, but as far as it is now, our society, we're still too comfortable with the way shit is. It's just we still have electricity, we still have running water, and most people, you still go to the store and get fucking food and all that good shit. Shit gets real when you have a breakdown of utilities and shit. Like if you don't have electricity, I'm not talking about like a fucking electrical line going down or something like that. That's that shit can get repaired. It's whenever.
You mean it has to go down and not come back?
Right, when it's not coming back,
or at least people don't think it is.
Right, if it's not coming back, or if the water gets turned off and it's not coming back, that's when shit starts getting real. That's when people start getting uncomfortable with, what the fuck, like whenever they can't go to the store and get basic food and shit. I'm not talking about like Bed Bath and Beyond. You can't go to Walmart. You can't get
sports probably isn't. Sports are pretty close though. Holy shit.
Well, the thing about sports is that people are just going to supplant something else in its stead. And right now it's politics. That's all that's going on right now.
But then if that goes down,
oh, that's never going to go down. Shit.
That's true.
One thing you can hope for is that the silliness, the fucking silliness. Like that's why people are so talking about politics right now. Anyway,
there's nothing else.
There's nothing else going on.
Right. And honestly, I'm just like,
in 1900, I forget what. Yeah, like 1900 and that century before, people didn't care who the fucking president of the United States was. Like our own citizens, we didn't care. Most of the time, they didn't even know when the fucking president had changed or changed over and shit. It just, the government did not affect people's lives that much. Politics didn't affect people's lives. Now, local politics maybe, but not like federal politics and shit like that.
Right. People were just like, what is this federal government of which you speak?
Yeah, they had like a cursory understanding of it.
They know it exists, and that's
about it. They knew it existed, yeah, but they didn't. And actually, the federal government at that back then, it really didn't have much teeth. It really didn't. It wasn't until we started getting into fucking global wars and shit that our federal government started giving itself undue powers. The Congress and stuff started voting itself fucking powers that they shouldn't have.
Right.
So that started at the beginning of last century. That whole military industrial complex thing, which I think Eisenhower warned us about. But it came true anyway.
Right? And right now, too many people have too much invested in keeping it that way.
Right. Yeah, there's too much money and stuff going on, too much power and shit. Like the government's not going to give that up unless you take the government out. But
well, they know that, and so they've made it that it's near impossible to take the federal government out.
Right. Like that. I mean, they're right about that. Like collapsitarians, they're like, you're not going to change the government unless there's a societal collapse. And I think with that, they're right, because you're not going to once the government, and this is historical too, once the government has power, they never give it up at all. They don't.
Right. Why would they?
Why would they?
Well, the only exception is George Washington, but he expected everyone else to do the same thing.
Yeah. But he's an outlier.
Exactly.
And he really didn't want to be fucking president anyway. To be honest.
Wasn't it just like, it's like, nope, everybody wants you, and not, it's like, no other candidate has enough people rallying, and he's like, okay, fine.
Yeah, because he refused the presidency a couple times at least, I think. Because they were wanting to be president. Like, I don't want to be president. Fuck that shit. He knew. He didn't fucking want it. He didn't want that shit. But yeah, people were still too comfortable with all the bullshit going on, all the fuckery.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, we would have to like destroy the government, which, funny enough, everybody says fuck the police. It's like, then why is nobody seriously advocating just shooting cops on sight? One, because they don't have guns, and two, they don't really want to do that.
Well, yeah, it's all about optics and shit.
Right.
Because the first group that starts doing that they're gonna be painted as extremists, whichever side they're on. I mean, you look at like the guys at like Ruby Ridge and shit like that. They were in the right, and later on it was found out that they actually legitimately, legally were in the right. But all I remember of it from the news reports and stuff, that they were these fucking fringe group of fucking far right extremist kind of dudes, you know. That's how they were painted inside the media. But no, they were just some dudes that didn't want fucking popo up on their goddamn property and shit.
Right. It's like people are saying defund the police or abolish the police. I'm just like, that's not gonna work. They don't know what the narrative needs to be in order for that to work. The problem is, unless you have like an immediate system to supplant that with, you're gonna have vigilante justice. Oh, they do. Didn't you hear it? Social workers.
Yeah, I mean,
that's apparently their alternative.
That's not gonna work, man.
Right? Well, dude, and it's like, especially, I'm just like,
but even
and suppose you believe the police are corrupt. Okay, suppose you believe that, and I've seen a few people say reform is not an option. You just defund or abolish. I'm just like,
yeah, it's just
you know what the narrative needs to be in order for that to work. You know what the narrative should be if you're following that train of thought? The narrative should be kill the cops or they'll kill you. That's not really the narrative, though.
Because they can't push that, because that's not what's happening.
Right.
I mean, most people are like, yeah, I hate getting a ticket, but I'm not about to pick up arms and start assassinating police officers.
What is the Second Amendment you speak of?
You know, and it's just like a lot of cops, they live in the communities that they serve. You know, so it's kind of hard to do that.
Right.
I got a friend of mine. He lives like a couple miles away from me. He's a cop. I'm not gonna pick up a gun, go to his house, and fucking shoot him. Fuck that shit, dude.
Right.
And he's a prick sometimes, but it's not a capital punishment offense.
Right. But my point is, that's what the narrative would need to be in order to get the change that, you know, people want, like, you know, defund the police and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The narrative.
I think that was bullshit.
The narrative is not going to be like that unless a bunch of shit gets really bad really fast.
Yeah. I automatically have issues whenever you make statements like throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of statements. That automatically lets me know that that's bullshit because there's no nuance to it, right? There's no fucking nuance to it. It's like just defund them all, get rid of them. And that could be with anything. It's like abolish the government. What? What do you? You better have a good plan ready, like ready to implement now.
Right? And it's like, well, there is one good thing if we, abolish or defund the police. The one good thing would be people would need to take matters into their own hands more often.
Right, but that's also the scary part too.
But, well, not if you're prepared to do that. I'm going to go ahead and guess most people aren't.
Well, it's not so much the preparedness part as far as like having guns and bullets and shit like that. It's the ability to make rational decisions under stress. And that's something even cops get that shit wrong, dude. And what you'll find out is just like you'll have people getting shot just for being on someone else's property. And it's like most of the time you can't do that.
Yeah, cops can't do that.
Cops can't do that.
In some ways, civilians actually have like lower standards than the cops do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they really do. Because the thing is that cops have training, and they're expected to be able to make good decisions under pressure. Does that happen all? No, sometimes they fuck up.
Right, dude. I know. I am the child of a line of duty police officer, man. I know.
Yeah, I was military police in the Marine Corps, so we have that training. Hopefully, you use it properly, but to have like a civilian.
Well, what is training? It's a plan. And what did Mike Tyson say about people having a plan?
Oh yeah, it goes away in the first punch in the mouth.
Or in the case of a police, the first shot gets fired.
Right. Which is why I agree that cops should get more training. I think cops should get a lot of training. I think like in a 40-hour work week, I think at least 10 of those 40 hours needs to be dedicated to training, either handgun training, situational training, or fucking hand-to-hand fighting or hand-to-hand combat training. Any one of those three, that needs to be worked on.
Aaron, holy dude, have you looked at the comments for this fucking thing?
Yeah.
Aaron Clary loves HR.
Yeah.
Is that a real fucking channel? Oh my God.
But yeah, it's the cops, like they lost me with the defund the police. It's like, nah, you don't want that, bro.
Dude, okay, here's something funny.
So
a week or two ago in Seattle, there was this ordinance that would have taken away all, like, let's see, the pepper spray, tear gas, and the less lethal ammunition from the police.
Yeah.
In response to the protest, I'm like, suppose you believe police brutality is a problem. Isn't that the exact opposite of what you'd want?
Yeah, well, it's just like it's like the banning of the chokehold. It's like, dude, that's probably the most humane way to fucking knock somebody out, to get somebody to stop fighting you. The alternatives to that suck, and they involve a lot of pain. Because the only other way you can submit somebody without, like, peaceably, like humanely make someone submit. Because here's the thing about chokehold: a properly applied chokehold, it doesn't matter how high you are, how fucked up you are, how drunk you are, what your current fucking mental state is, crazy, psychotic. Everyone goes out within the first 3 seconds of a properly applied. Ask me how I fucking know. I've been knocked out by several of them, during practice and shit. I know what it's like. You just go to sleep, dude. Like, you just fucking, it's like nodding off, bobbing for cock. So you just go out, and it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what state of mind that person's in. They just go out. They just go sleepy. And I don't know any other more humane way of submitting somebody, long enough to put handcuffs and shit on them to arrest them. Like all the other options besides that are it's like blunt force trauma. There are some pain submissions that you can do, like raking their shins and shit like it. But it's like all of it
Nobody
is,
cares what the police do until they do it to a black person. Like, I'm going to go ahead and guess that if, like the knee chokehold, I'm going to assume that if there was a video of a cop doing it to a KKK member or something like that, nobody would bat an eye. I sure as hell wouldn't.
yeah. I mean, we were taught when you did that, we were taught that you put the knee between their shoulder blades. You don't put the knee on the side of their fucking neck, because you stand a risk if they try to fight you, they can break their own fucking neck like a chicken. And the other thing, like what happened to him, was that you could actually choke him out. You cut off the air, or do like a unintended blood choke. But yeah, I don't understand what cops, whenever they said that to banning chokeholds, I'm like, what else do you fucking do? Like, if you got a suspect who's like out of his fucking mind, like he's taking some kind of drugs or something like that, dude, I'm gonna tell you, those motherfuckers are strong. Big guy, I don't know what you're gonna do besides shoot that motherfucker, which is what I do. It's like, you can't do a chokehold, but he's fighting you, and you've seen video of a guy fucking drunk take out 2 cops, was able to run away. Right.
I mean, I'm not the most imposing physically, but if you get me pissed off enough or just like crazy enough, I could probably do some pretty good damage.
Yeah, but and yeah, you can get someone, because adrenaline's it's a performance enhancing drug. Now, if you have like adrenaline plus PCP or meth, or a combination of meth and some kind of painkiller, bro, you're fucking Superman. Like, you get someone who's like, you get a guy like 150 pounds on some shit like that. It's literally like trying to fight a fucking 250-pound gorilla, dude. They are so strong, and they don't feel anything. So the pain compliance stuff that cops can normally do to get someone to comply, the pain compliance and shit, that shit won't work on them. They're in a fucking drug-induced psychosis state. None of that shit is going to work on them. So what do you have left? Normally you'd have a chokehold, because that's the only thing besides shooting a motherfucker that would work.
And funny enough, it's like, if we just took some random asshole on the street and told him to handle that situation, you probably know this because you have more combat training. The less trained you are, the more likely you are to just go to the lethal option first.
Yeah.
Like, it takes a lot more skill to subdue him without hurting him at all.
Yeah, because cops, that's the whole thing about the chokehold. It's like, what other tools in hand-to-hand combat can you leave a cop? There's nothing I can think of, because I've been a cop. That's a bread and butter, dude. It's
like, you're basically expecting all cops to be Batman. It's like, just not kill people.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that's a really tough situation, because like the only other choke you can do is like an air choke, where you like actually mechanically cut off the circulate or their intake of oxygen. But that kind of choke can take minutes for it to work, and they can still fight you. A blood choke, where you cut off the blood circulation to their brain, that shit is almost immediate. It's like within a few seconds, and they comply, because they go to sleep. And then there's also besides that, you have other forms of pain compliance where, you induce so much pain, you induce physical pain on the suspect, and the amount of pain is so bad that they just fucking give up and comply. I don't know what civilian cops are allowed to take that to what level, but I'm pretty sure it's not that high if they don't let you choke them out. Yeah, or it's just beat the shit out of Rodney King style, Right. Because that's why, I think that's why they were beating the shit out of Rodney King to begin with, because that guy was like 6'4", 6'5", like 320 pounds or some shit. He was a big motherfucker, dude. And I think LAPD wasn't allowed to choke him out or some shit. And that's why they were beating the shit out of him. It was basically, Painful.
And then they complained. Let me guess. They complained. Oh shit! They beat the shit out of this innocent person or something like that, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're too young for that. You're too young to see. They basically, because Rodney King at the time, he was like 6'4", 6'5". He's a big boy, and they pulled him over, and he was drunk, and he fought the police. He was fighting the cops, and he was a big ass guy, and so all these units showed up, and they just all fucking. There's about half a dozen fucking cops just beating the shit out of him on the interstate, and a news chopper was flying over, and everyone saw what happened. It was a bad look. It was a really bad look.
Right.
All the fuckers, I was like, geez, dude. But I was still a kid. Oh, does that work? Nice.
I thought there was something wrong and you cut it. What the fuck have you been doing all this time?
I've been working on my razor.
Oh.
I made a new razor.
Oh.
I don't know why that shit's so fucking close up though. We're about to fix that. Yeah, maybe that works.
Dude.
That's a little bit. But yeah, it's
I don't know, man. It's
this is my next one.
oh nice.
Yeah. Yep. It's almost ready to go. I gotta take pictures of it.
I might have to get one from you one of these days.
Yeah, they're nice. They're not bad. I try to price them not insane, because it's an older blade. But if you wanted like a modern razor, you're gonna be paying like $200 for a decent one.
Yep, I know.
If you want like a Tears of Sard or good Dovo or a Boker, it's gonna cost you. At least this. That's why I price them like this, just so like mainly to get guys into
it. Yeah.
into it. If later on, if you want to pony up some money, $200-$300 for a fancy one, go ahead. But these will last you for the rest of your fucking life, though, because
that's the point of any straight razor ever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Assuming you take proper care of it.
Yeah, but the thing about it, like whenever I try, like the blades I look for whenever I look for them and stuff, because I source them from like antique stores and mainly eBay too, and you got to watch what you're doing, and you got to make sure. Like I got to make sure there's certain things I got like homeware and shit like that that I will pass up. I will pass on a razor for, especially on here. If it's got too much homeware, I look at the edge of them, and if I don't have good pictures, I don't get the motherfucker, man. Like if they don't have good enough pictures, I just don't. I'm not gonna go take a chance.
Yeah, dude. For me, it's like shaving is shaving. Like I know how to use a safety razor, but that was just like a curiosity, and I found the what is it called? The one that they claim is German but is Chinese. But I'm just like, that's more of a curiosity. I'm just like, I'm not a shaving aficionado, and even then.
German, but it's Japanese.
German, but it was made by China. Basically, it's a Chinese safety razor, but it's marketed like it's German.
Yeah, Kamasori?
No, actually, hang on.
Oh.
What the hell is this one? Oh, Vanderhagen. See? Maybe it's a little hard.
Oh, yeah. Vanderhagen. Yeah,
The only reason I have this one now is because I found it at Walmart when I was getting cartridges for the regular one. And I was just like, oh, why the hell not? Let's try this. And then I got the hang of it. then I got these fucking things. Which are,
yeah, they're not my favorite.
They work for me. The thing I really like about them is this is like a pack of 100. So it's going to be fucking forever before I have to get any more.
Yeah, it's going to be years until you're through that. Ask me how I know.
And that's kind of nice. Something you don't have to think about.
Yeah, that's what I started on, was a DE razor. I only have 2 left now. I used to have over a dozen, but I've given them away. to people just because I had to. Like, you're not gonna. You can't take that shit with you.
Right? At like airports and stuff.
I mean, yeah, and there's over the years, like, people have needed one. Really, I just gave them out, and the two I have left, I'm probably gonna be buried with them. One's the Mula, that really aggressive Mula, the R89 or some shit, and then the other one is an above the tie razor. It's a slant razor, open cone, fucking heavy as fuck. That thing, I paid $200 for it.
Jeez.
But it's made out of stainless steel. The guy that makes it, he machines it out of stainless steel, and thing weighs a fuck ton. It's heavier than that Vanderhagen you have by about 2 times.
Well, dude, that's not saying much. At least to me, this does not weigh that much. Now, granted, this is the only safety razor I've ever used.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
One
of the things I also like, and I'm pretty sure other higher end safety razors do this too, but I like that to change the blades, all you got to do is unscrew it.
Yeah.
There are some ones where you have to this doesn't unscrew its individual components, and I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, that's a twist to open, which you have.
Yeah, I like it that way.
Or also known as a butterfly razor, because it opens like a butterfly wings. And like this one here, if I can get it fucking in focus, this is a World War II Gillette Tech. Right?
And that opens the normal way?
Yeah, you have to unscrew it like this.
Yeah, like that. And I'm just like, no, fuck that.
The head comes off. Twist to opens didn't. When did they didn't come out till after World War II. That's when your first twist or butterfly razors started coming out. They just advanced the technology and stuff. But this shit's, it's funny though, the way this thing is, because this handle is pewter, right? The reason they had pewter and not brass like they normally do was because they needed the brass for other things. Remember, because World War II came out.
Oh yeah, they were like any silver and brass and a few other metals you have.
Yeah. So aluminum's is like the head and everything's made of brass, but because they couldn't make the handle out of brass, they had to use pewter. So the handle is really light, but the head in relation is really heavy. But it's still it's a closed bar, very smooth, very like if you've got like a week's worth of growth, like it's not going to shave this. Like it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And then yeah, that's about it.
So it kind of forces you to keep a consistent shaving schedule, so you don't get to that point.
Do what? Oh yeah. Now my straight razors can go through this, and that above the tie that I have, if I put certain razors, certain blades, like damn, what's the name of that one? What's that Japanese razor blade called? Anyway, if I put one of them motherfuckers in there, a feather blade. If I put a Japanese feather blade inside my double edge razor, that above the tie, it'll cut through this. I'll have to throw the razor away after I'm done, but it'll cut through it. And any of my straight razors will go through that like it's butter. But like with straight razors, you get a much closer shave than you ever will with a double edge razor. Some people care about that. Some people.
Dude, I've already gotten pretty close with a double edge. I can't even imagine getting any closer.
Yeah, it depends on your hair growth and stuff too.
And I mean, and I'm guessing by like close shave, I'm assuming that you mean going for, against, and maybe sometimes across the grain. Because if I'm trying to get the closest shave I can do, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, I don't even do that. Like if I use my straight razor, I just do with the grain and then against the grain, I'm done. Like it's that close of a shave. And the thing is, like I don't have to shave for like a couple more days.
Yeah, dude.
It's
That's
really
the one thing I hate about getting older is that like I've tried growing a beard. I do not look good with a beard, but the natural consequence of that is that pretty much have to shave every other day. Or sometimes every day, and I'm like, fuck, that gets annoying.
yeah. That's why because I don't shave every other day with the straight razor. It's just straight razor a little bit more time consuming, and you have to get more gear. You have to learn a new skill because you have to learn how to. But if you want to, you don't have to. But you're gonna need a strop of some sort, either like the barber one or I got like this one right here. It's a little fucking paddle strop, and that bitch works good.
Doesn't a strop like not really sharpen it? That's mostly just to keep it level, and something else sharpens it.
Right. So the way a strop works, all it does, so like whenever you use a straight razor, the edge gets out of alignment, right?
Yeah. So the strop just bends back.
Yeah, and so basically what a strop does, it just realigns that edge back to kind of what it was. You're not going to get it exactly back, but if you hone the razor properly and stuff like that, they usually last anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. Provided that you strop before every use and shit. But like I said, that depends on your like hair growth, how long you let it go, shit like that. Like if you're using it like every other day, it'll if you got like peach fuzz and shit, it'll last about 8 weeks before it has to be, before that edge completely collapses on you. Some people I know, they have to go, like it's only lasted like 4 weeks just because they have really, really fucking thick hair growth and stuff. So it all depends on the individual. But I know a lot of people, they shave like every other day, every 2 or 3 days with a straight razor. They love it. It's fucking awesome because you do get a better shave once you get good with it though. And I've gotten
I'm gonna guess it has a pretty steep learning curve. People cut themselves a shit ton.
You will cut yourself. I've cut myself more often on double-edged razors than I have with straight razors.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's because I learned to shave on a cartridge razor, obviously.
I did
but
too.
Even then, when I was learning on a safety razor, I never cut myself once.
Yeah, I've cut myself a few times on a safety razor. I've gotten more. My main thing is getting a fucking razor burn, and I've gotten razor burns more on double-edged razors than I have with straight razors, because that's the thing about straight razors. A lot of people are like, "Well, I cut myself a lot." You'd be surprised. Like the whole self-preservation thing kicks in, and you're a lot more aware of what you're doing whenever you're handling.
Right. And I mean, you can always practice on like your arm or something. That's what I did with the safety razor.
Yeah, what I usually tell people if they're doing a straight razor is have your double edge razor out and just take it, just do little bits at a time. So like what you would do, you would take
like basically just only do this much and clean it up with whatever. Like that's what I did when I was learning the safety. I did what I could with the safety and cleaned it up with the cartridge.
Yeah, you would do easy parts first, like flat, even areas like your cheeks, and then you can even do your neck and stuff because that's relatively easy to do. And then because the main thing about a safety razor, or I mean a straight razor, is that you have to learn how to hold it and be comfortable holding it different ways, and you just have to teach your. Because you got to hold it at like a 30-degree angle, like that. Because you have to do that yourself. That's easy, and then you just have to learn how to manipulate your face in order to cut it.
Right, and that's something you don't even have to do on a safety razor. I don't like manipulate the face at all.
Oh, well, yeah, you don't have to. I do. Like if I want a close shave, I'll stretch that skin out, dude. Because I'm getting old.
But. I don't know, man.
You're still young. You got a bunch of collagen left inside your skin. When you get older, you start losing it. That's why women age so fast, because I'm serious. That's why women get old. When women get old, or you start getting to look old, that's because the main part of that is collagen levels. Their collagen level starts to deteriorate and go down, and that's how they get those wrinkles and shit. But men have a higher collagen level than women do. That's why we look better
In our 50s.
Yeah, because we started.
Assuming you take care of yourself. Dude, I know people that are my age and are already a train wreck.
Yeah, some of it's genetics, you can't help it, and then some of it is just fucking alcohol and booze and shit. Because like my girl, she's a fucking concubine over here. She's like 32 now. She's like 31 or 32, and she still gets carded. You know, for alcohol and shit and cigarettes. And because she looks young, dude. She looks like she's still in her fucking early 20s and shit, because she
looks like my age.
Yeah, she does.
And I look like I should still be in high school, as Alex and everybody have joked.
Yeah, I mean, because she never got into, she doesn't drink. She rarely ever drank. She stopped smoking a long time ago, but she never did drugs. She never drank a whole lot. She didn't party a whole lot, shit like that. All the shit that women don't need to do, because that shit fucks with alcohol, cigarettes, and all that, and drugs, especially drugs. That shit will age a woman rapidly. Because I know, like, one of her friends that she's known since high school. I saw a picture of her on fucking Facebook, like a recent picture of her on Facebook a couple weeks ago. Oh my god, she's the same age as my girl, but she looks like she's 40. I shit you not, she looks like she's in her 40s. And I'm like, because I saw her, I'm like, oh my god, is that her? She goes, yeah. I said, when was that take? She goes, recently. I'm like, oh my fucking god, dude, she looks like an old fucking woman. She's like an old fucking cat lady. You can see, like, fucking, she's wrinkled and just fucking, she's not look good. Her eyes are all sunken in looking and shit. And I'm like, is she on drugs? She's like, no, she's not on drugs. But the thing was like, whenever they were growing up, her friend did drugs, fucking drank, partied, and all that good shit. And so now she's paying the price for that shit. So she looks like a fucking crypt keeper.
Yep.
I think there was a few years that she was a stripper and shit.
What a surprise.
Not my girl, her friend.
I know. That's what I meant. Funny enough, for me, it's the girls I knew in high school. Now, not only do they have kids, some of them are on their second or third kid already.
God damn.
Yeah. And I'm just like, oh no.
They're on their second or third kid. What the fuck?
Dude, yeah, okay. Dude, even in Taco Bell, when I worked at Taco Bell for 2 years, like my senior year to 2016 to 2018, and holy shit, the amount of babies that were born from the employees in those 2 years was fucking insane. Right? And, dude, you probably had something like this, but pretty much everybody at that Taco Bell hooked up with everybody else. Like,
oh yeah, we all in the same age range and shit.
No.
Okay,
here's the thing. So I had these two managers. There was a guy and a gal. Let's call the guy Bob, and let's call the girl Susie or something. Not their actual names. Now, Bob was like 33 or 34 at the time. And
Taco Bell?
Huh?
You working at Taco Bell?
Yeah, the assistant manager.
Oh shit.
So like the second in command to the
Something
general.
went wrong there.
Yeah. But okay. So he was like 33 or 34 at the time. And Susie was like 22 or 23 at the time. And this is when I started. By the time I got there, they had already had a kid, and the kid was like 4 or 5 years old at the time. And by the time I left, the girl was pregnant with like her second kid, not from a completely different father. And now I think there's a third one. And basically what happened is the reason they weren't together anymore was because she cheated on him with one of the cashiers who she ended up marrying.
Holy shit.
And she had a kid. She had another kid with the cashier that she cheated on the manager with. And then after a while, the cashier wasn't working then. But then when I was working there, she cheated on the cashier with another guy who worked at Taco Bell. And this was one of the guys I actually had to train.
How old is she?
At the time, she was like 23 or 24, something like that. She was a little bit older than I am now.
Yeah.
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 And there was that. And then the guy, the assistant manager, dated someone who was even younger than me, who I also had to train. Yeah. And she was like 17 at the time.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
And then another one tried to set me up with another coworker's 16-year-old little sister, and I was 18 at the time. And I was just like, what? No.
16 will get you 20, man.
Exactly. It's like,
Yeah, I had that issue fucking right after I got out of the military. I was working at a tire Sam's Club, dude, tire shop and shit. That's pretty much how it was like over there. Like these were like adults and shit. They were all fucking each other.
right? I'm just like,
I think one couple got busted fucking inside the freezer or something, or the cooler, and shit like that. That was the rumor going around. I don't know. That's what I heard. I stayed out in the fucking shop most of the time. I didn't associate with those plebs. But yeah, because like all the front desk girls, like all the cashiers and all the front desk girls were female, and the girl at the membership desk, the head supervisor over there, she was a slut from the word go.
yeah.
I ended up sleeping with her though, but not until I think she had quit.
Okay.
And the only reason that happens because like we still all associated with. I would never like sleep with anyone I've worked with. And then she was coming in one day, getting her last paycheck, and I ran into her and she was telling me, she's like, yeah, I'm just picking up my last paycheck. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that. And she was like, yeah. I said, we need to go out and do something. So I think the following weekend me and her hung out and went back to her place and shit. And
Thank God.
yeah, she was a slut though, dude. She
Dude,
fucked everybody.
Dude, I remember. Thank God.
What?
I remember, like, most of the girls were sluts. That's
That was the thing. Like she told me, because like we had worked together for like a couple of years there. And she was like, man, I've been wanting to sleep with you for a while. She's like, but you never came out from that goddamn shop over there. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh man.
Like you just stay to yourself over there. I'm like, yeah, I'm busy. I got shit to do.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I have this thing called work. Maybe you've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And oh God. It's funny. The girl that tried to set me up with the 16-year-old, it's like she kept saying it's like you're like that now, Nick, but once you meet that someone, it's all over. And I'm just like, no. And I've had other people say something similar. It's like, oh, you're only cynical now, but you'll meet someone eventually. And I just say, the last person who told me that tried to set me up with a 16-year-old who was that's what I basically say. It's like, yeah, the last person who told me that tried to set me up with a 16-year-old who
Don't do
Whose
that shit.
older sister was someone I worked with.
Yeah, don't do that shit.
Yeah.
That's I mean, why? I don't know. I don't know why people try to set people up. Girls mainly do that shit.
Well, most of the time, the people that try to set other people up have no business doing that. Because
Yeah.
the girl that tried to set me up with the 16-year-old got fired from her last job, which was the Jack in the Box across the street, for sleeping with the 40-year-old manager who was apparently married.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm just like, why would I listen to you about that shit at all? She was also a single mom.
Oh, yeah. That's what this one was too. She was that girl at fucking Sam's Club, dude. She's basically going like she had been divorced and she was basically doing that post divorce carousel riding.
That sounds like that manager I just told you about.
I mean, I knew what she was. I knew, like I had no like auspices that we were getting married. I wouldn't marry. But she was fun while it lasted. Because she had a daughter that was closer in age to me than I was with her. Because I think she had a 19-year-old daughter, and I think I was like 20, fucking 3 or 4 at the time. And she was like 38. Yeah, 38 or 39.
Of course. And then what I found out, because I actually met the 16-year-old, I worked with her sister, because we had a Christmas party. And what I basically found out was that the only reason she exists is so the mom could get more like child support or like, you know, some sort of welfare or something bonus.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no wonder why nobody had a problem with someone setting me up with a 16-year-old. That's probably completely normal for them.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta keep your head on a swivel, man. Because the cat's out of the bag as far as this shit goes. Because girls now will just they'll keep a kid just for the money part, you know.
It's a fashion accessory that actually pays.
Yes, it is. Like that girl there, that Sam's Club. Because when I first started working over there, she was kind of pudgy, and and what I found out later was she told me she had gotten divorced from her husband probably about 4 months before I started working there, and like in less than a year, she lost weight. She probably lost about 30 or 40 pounds, dude. She was looking good as fuck too. And I was just like, I was like, why the fuck she lost a lot of weight? Like, I figured out. She told me later, and I'm like, oh, that's why. You lost the mom bod when you got divorced. Sucked it all back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the girls at Taco Bell were moms or became moms. None of them ever lost the mom weight though.
Ooh.
Combine that with the weight that you get as the natural consequence of working in fast food.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Gross.
Like there was this one customer. He was a regular. He was a garbage collector. So I'm like, oh, hey man, what do you want this time? And he's like, well, if I'm being really honest, Nick, I'd like some pussy. He said that, and I'm just like, not from anyone here, you don't.
Well, you can get it. You get probably a side of penicillin with it too.
Yeah, funny enough, like at one time there were like 20 girls working at that Taco Bell,
Holy
and
shit.
like 5 guys, including me. And the other guy was right as I made that thing. It's like, nah, not from anyone here, you don't. The other guy was clocking out, and he was like, yeah. That was fucking awesome.
That's bad, dude.
Yeah, and on a completely unrelated note, a lot of girls don't like me and think I'm an actual asshole, which I actually like. One of the things I would say a lot was when they tried to tell me a story, I'd just be like, "Stop! I don't care."
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought I'm like, and now I'm starting to think I should start doing that more often. And I guess it is kind of a crappy thing to do, but in my opinion, it's worse to act like I care when I don't.
Right. Oh hell, my concubine sometimes she tries to tell me a story. I'm like, does this have anything to do with me? She's like, no, I'm like, I don't want to hear it. Go away. And sometimes she like comes over and like lifts her shirt up and starts talking to me. I'm like, okay, I'll listen.
Right.
You have my attention, dear. Go ahead and speak. Promise I won't hear everything you're saying, but I will be attentive.
Right.
It took me a long time to break her of the habit of just like coming over whenever I'm like in my office or something, and she'll just start talking, and I'll still be working on something or reading something, and she'll be like, "Did you hear anything?" I'm like, "Was I looking at you?" She goes, "No." I said, "Well, I'm not listening to you if I don't look at you. You know, I'm not trying to listen to you. If you don't see me looking at you while you're talking, chances are I'm not listening to you."
Right.
And then finally she just she got the point after I just ignored her relentlessly, and now she'll just stand at the entrance of my office until I'm finished whatever the fuck I'm doing, and I'll turn to her and say, "What do you want?" I mean, you gotta train them, man. You gotta train them up.
Yeah. You don't have to train him if you don't have him in the first place. Which, yeah.
Oh, you always gotta train them. Like even with the ones that supposedly good ones, you still have to train them. They got a bunch of bad habits.
Yeah.
It
And
takes
the funny thing, the girls in their circle probably say the same thing about us guys.
maybe. Yeah,
They probably do.
yeah. It's just their own hubris because, and I know I can see where it comes from because they can, because a lot of guys let them get away with that shit
Right.
because they'll do anything to please her just so that she won't be mad at them, because a lot of guys think if the girl's mad at you that she wants sex with you. That's just completely not true. It's completely not true. In fact, you probably have a better chance of sleeping with her if you piss her off a little bit.
Dude, how do you think I got as lucky as I did? Dude, the most success I have ever had with any woman ever is the one that hated my guts.
Yeah.
It only got worse the longer I was with her.
Yeah.
There's a reason why my nickname for her when I talk about her today is the punching bag.
Oh, really? Did you punch her and shit?
No, but she is probably the worst I have ever treated another human being. And I joke about it now, but I am actually still fucking guilty about it.
Yeah. You don't have to be nice to these girls, dude. Like if they don't want to be around you, they won't be around you. But they keep coming back to you. They like it. And
That's only true to a point.
yeah.
I mean, I understand I don't have to be nice to her, but she still did not deserve all the shit I did to her.
Who cares? They're like,
Dude, to give you an example of the shit I did, there was this one time I had this wasn't her, but another girl I dated. She basically had the seizure in the middle of a math class, and I just fucking laughed at her instead of helping her. Yeah, that was one of the more tame things I did. Point is, the more I did that, the more girls were actually interested in me. And to the point where I realized, oh, okay, yeah, you're not sane. You're not sane. And then it just became a game to see how far I could push her.
yeah, because girls don't like to be, what's the word? They don't like to be bored. They don't like to be bored. If they have a guy who's an asshole to them,
Well, it's not boring. It sucks, but it's not boring.
Yeah, it's not boring. Because that shit'll get you fucking nexted by a girl faster than anything else. If you're a boring motherfucker, and she don't want to have anything to do with you, man. If you pay too much attention to her, she's not gonna have anything to do with you. She don't like that shit. Girls don't like that shit. I don't care what they say. They don't like that shit.
Right.
The faster guys figure that shit out, the better off they're gonna be.
Yeah.
They like it whenever you treat them basically like a piece of shit. I'm
Well,
not-
even then, there is still a limit to what girls will, or at least sane girls will endure before they get too pissed off and just leave.
yeah, but the thing is,
That didn't happen with the punching bag, man.
for everyone that won't put up with it, there's
There are
20 more that will.
Yeah.
They don't. They like to have that. Well, especially when you treat them that, because then they get that indignation and shit like that. Like, I don't deserve this. Blah blah blah. It's like, well, if you didn't think you didn't deserve it, you wouldn't be
Coming
here,
back to it,
huh?
to which the punching bag basically told me that same thing, and I'm just like, and I basically told her, the fact that you keep coming back to me proves that you do.
Mm-hmm. It's like, no, sweetheart, you deserve every little bit of it.
Admittedly, I did go a bit too far, but
I mean, if
because
you,
there is such a thing as going too far.
obviously, I mean, you start getting, I mean, short of like physical abuse and stuff like that, yeah. I mean, but just fucking with them and stuff, playing pranks on them, telling them they're not shit. You know, just anything to keep them off, just to throw them off a little bit. I still do it to my concubine. I don't give a fuck. If she don't like it, she can get the fuck out. I'll replace you with somebody else. 'Cause
It's worse when you actually do want to get rid of them, but then they just keep coming back and like, shit, no, this isn't fun. I actually want to get rid of you.
Yeah,
That still doesn't work. Luckily, I was in high school, so I was able to just hide in the library.
oh yeah.
I ended up reading the whole Lord of the Rings series doing that.
That's why, when you're on your own, you don't give them the key to your house at all, ever.
Oh, they never knew where I lived.
You know?
But I can imagine it would have been 10 times worse if she did.
Yeah.
If she did, I would probably be fucking dead by now. Because she grew to hate me. She probably still does.
Yeah, probably. She probably still fuck you too if you wanted.
Huh?
She probably still fuck you too. That's the funny part.
I don't know if that says more about me or just how insane she is.
Yeah, I'd hate fuck her. Just be like, get the fuck out of here, you dirty bitch. That's what I'd tell her.
Problem
idea.
is, even if I meant every single word of it, she'd probably love it.
Yeah.
Dude, what I'm surprised that I know of, I'm surprised no one's made a horror movie like that, where like a guy does everything in his power to get rid of a girl, but that just turns her on even more.
Yeah, they did. It's a movie called Fatal Attraction. Made back in the 80s. Got Glenn Close, Michael Douglas in it.
Wait, what was it called?
Fatal Attraction.
Oh, I gotta check that out then.
Yeah.
'Cause I'd imagine, like, if that kind of shit actually happened, that would be fucking terrifying. Like, everything you do, everything you could think of to try and stop it just makes it worse.
Yeah. There's a movie called Fatal Attraction, but it came out back in
1987, it looks like.
Yeah, 87.
Jeez.
You ever heard of like a bunny in a boiling pot or a pot of boiling water with a rabbit in it? That came from that movie.
What?
A rabbit in a pot of boiling water. You ever heard of that?
The way I heard of it was like a mouse in boiling water, basically like learned helplessness.
Oh, no, this is something different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Basically, basically the premise of the movie, the Michael Douglas character has like an affair with the Glenn Close, but he's married. He has an affair with her, and she starts stalking him and shit like that. You know, she goes off the rails, and she thinks she's gonna have a life with him and shit. And he's like, "No, you're just a piece of ass. Get over it." So she starts stalking him and starts fucking with his family and stuff like that. His daughter had like a little pet rabbit, and towards the end of the movie, he opens there's like this pot of boiling water on a stove, and he opens a fucking rabbit in there. She kills the little girl's rabbit. Oh yeah, it's gritty shit. This is an 80s movie, dude. They don't pull no punches back then.
Please tell me this isn't on Netflix, because if it is, I'm gonna watch it right now.
I don't know if it's ever been on Netflix.
Well, actually, let's see.
I know a movie like that would never get made today.
Dude,
One of the few movies where you see a fucking bitch go off the rails.
Peoples.
dude, if nothing would get made today, if everything got made today. That sounds a little weird, but it's true.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Let's see. Nope, I don't think it is. Oh well. Anyway, man, holy.
You try Amazon, or I don't know if you have Amazon.
I'm looking on Netflix. It's probably on Amazon, but it's probably not something I'd pay to watch. I mean, if it's on Amazon Prime, because I'm an Amazon Prime member, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't pay for shit either.
No, well,
I got a fucking 70-inch television or TV. I barely watch it, bitch.
Let me.
I-
I've had that fucker for like a year. I think I watched it 4 times.
Holy shit, I'm reading the summary of Fatal Attraction right now. Holy shit. You know, I'm surprised that the punching bag and I didn't turn into this. Because she was that crazy.
Oh, was she? Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't be able to tell if you just like met her on the street. But the way I know she was that crazy.
Yeah, you
One,
met
I
her.
spent almost a year with her. And 2, a girl who isn't crazy wouldn't have put up with the shit I put her through. It's like, I'm sorry, that is not something any sane and or self-respecting woman ever would do. That's not something a self-respecting person would ever do.
Well, see, yeah, that's where you're fucking up. You're saying a self-respected woman. Girls don't respect themselves that much. They don't respect themselves the way you think they do.
Well, there's a baseline of like, I guess that's not even true. I was gonna say like not wanting to be abused and shit. And I'm like, no, wait, that is not even true. That's not even true. Nope.
They all want to be abused. I'm saying, man. If they don't want to be abused, there's something wrong with them.
I wish that wasn't true, but everything I've seen points to that. Yeah.
They all want to be abused. They all want to be dominated in some, like physically dominated in some way. Just to one degree or another. Some girls have a bigger degree. Some girls have oh, just pull my hair. Some girls are like, fucking slap me around and, you know, call me a bunch of names and shit. They like, what the fuck they call that? They like to be denigrated.
Yeah.
It's like,
And I don't know if it makes me less of a man for saying it. Like, sometimes I hit my limit.
everybody's got a limit.
That is not true.
Yeah, well, everyone. The thing about it is like, because I've been in the BDSM community before and shit. Like everybody has their fucking limit. Doms, subs, they all got their limit. Everyone has some shit that they just won't do. Like when you hit that line, it's like, nope, I'm not doing that. You know, and the line is different for everybody. Because like Vince on Masculine, we were talking about that, and he has his limits. You know, I have my limits. There's some shit. There's a line. I'm just like, I'm not doing that. You know, because there's some shit. Like, I've seen bloodletting and stuff like that. As part of being, I was just like, nah, I ain't doing that shit. I'm not doing that. I'm not peeing on anybody. None of that stuff, dude. That's beyond me. I'm not gonna do it. Now you want to slap you around and call you a dumb bitch? I'll do that. I don't have a problem. But some people don't want to. But there's some people that are uncomfortable doing that, and that's fine. But if you got someone that's into that,
Maybe it's not. Because, maybe it's not. Because if men are supposed to dominate women, and if women's line of what they won't do, if they have a higher tolerance than their man, that's going to be a problem. But I guess if that makes me less of a man for having that limit, that's fine with me.
It's not about being more or less of a man. It's just people got different kinks and shit, and they got different lines. And if like you get involved with someone that's got kinks that make you uncomfortable, that shit needs to come out early, you know.
Right.
And it just because you can't fulfill that, this is amoral. It's like it doesn't make you a man. Anyone that says that is full of shit too. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know, because there's a line for everybody. You know, and it's same. And Doms have one too. But yeah, if you want to dominate women, there's not much you have to do whenever you dominate a girl. That can be just from telling her what to do in the bedroom, or just being forceful and stuff like that. You know, or it could be as little as that, manhandling her. I don't know any girl that doesn't enjoy being manhandled in the bedroom, like at all. Like, pick her up, throw her ass on the fucking bed, push her around a little bit, you know.
To some extent, yeah.
I'm not talking about like fucking break her arms or nothing, or like fucking power slam her through the fucking floor, but you know,
Yeah.
pick her up and throw her ass on a fucking bed, push her around a little bit. You know?
Especially if they're small. Like shorter than me. I'm 5'4".
Yeah. Yeah, pick them up, fucking throw them around a little bit. They like that.
Yeah.
They enjoy feeling like they have no control.
Right. Dude, did you ever see there was this one video about Jordan Peterson? He was talking about like porn meant for women versus porn meant for men. And apparently the difference is that the girls, like, what really turns them on is like a story. It's like virality, like pirates, vampires, werewolves, and shit like that.
Yeah, women.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
women love role play. They love role play, like sexual role play and stuff, like more than men do. Women also enjoy. They also enjoy rough sex more. Well, at least watching it. More
yeah,
than men do.
or at least if there's an idea behind it. Like, I've seen some pretty stupid porn meant for guys. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. But then I hear what turns women. I'm like, oh my god.
But you'd be surprised. Yeah, because women have like they're more turned like women like watching rough sex more than men do. And when I say rough sex, I mean like really fucking rough sex.
Yeah, I know.
Really rough. Like shit that I would be kind of uncomfortable to do. You know. And because I got toys and shit up in my room. I got floggers and props and shit, all kinds of stuff. I got like Wartenberg wheels and stuff, like little pinwheels and stuff like that. But girls, it's real crazy because girls like really rough stuff.
Wait,
I've never had a girl tell me not to pull her hair or said I don't like that. I've never heard it.
Yeah.
They all at least like that.
Wait a minute. Are you the host of this stream now? Do you have the ability to let people into the...
No.
Then nobody... Oh, God.
What happened?
Well, Bacon is the host, so he has the privileges. And I assumed that when he left, it would transfer to someone else, like you or me. But apparently now nobody has it.
Oh, yeah, that's the way this works. That's the way it
That's fucking stupid.
works. It's not, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so like if you drop now, you won't be able to come back in.
That's fucking stupid. But anyway, man, I'll probably do that anyway because it's 4 a.m. I got to get some sleep that people speak of. And I suspect eventually you're going to have to do that too.
Yeah, I'm going to start working a little while.
All right, man. See ya.
All right, later.